Chapter 418 Chapter 418 The Former Holy Sun 1 Chapter 418 The Former Holy Sun 1 Outside Xiao Changtian's courtyard. Xiao Changtian looked at the gate of the courtyard. Mu Jiahuang, Li Taibai, Yi Fan and the other disciples were all waving at Xiao Changtian. Master, be careful on the way. Master, take care on the road. Hearing the voices of his disciples, Xiao Changtian waved his hand at them. Go back. Remember to help me look after the courtyard. Xiao Changtian turned around and left with Chu Yiren. This group of people was really too much. Usually, he didn't worry enough about them. Now, it seemed like they were the ones worrying about him. After leaving Dayang Town, Xiao Changtian turned to Chu Yiren and said slowly, Yiren, where should we go now? She had only brought Chu Yiren with her on this trip. He had left the others in the courtyard. Of course, there were also some divine beasts in the courtyard with him. At that moment, Chu Yiren closed her eyes and tried her best to recall. After fusing with the clone, he would become the main body. As his strength rose, some memories would also come along. After pondering for a while, Chu Yiren pointed up as well. In her memories, she had previously established a faction in the divine world. The foundation of their power was a spoon and a compass. Xiao Changtian, who was standing beside Chu Yiren, saw her pointing at the sky. He looked up at the sky and said slowly to Chu Yiren, In the sky. Chu Yiren opened her eyes. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, she nodded slowly at him. Wasn't the heaven a place only the immortal cultivators could go? He was just a mortal. How could he go up? He had been chatting in the courtyard for a long time, and had forgotten to discuss the most important issue. At this moment, the antennae of the chaos ant on Xiao Changtian's shoulder also trembled slightly. A silvery white light enveloped Xiao Changtian and Chu Yiren. Following that, Xiao Changtian and Chu Yiren arrived in the divine realm under the influence of the power of space. Xiao Changtian stood beside Chu Yiren, glancing behind him. The shadow of Dayang Town could no longer be seen. It seemed that they had still walked a short distance. At this moment, Xiao Changtian turned to Chu Yiren and asked, Yiren, are you sure you didn't point at the wrong person just now? It's really in the sky. When Chu Yiren heard Xiao Changtian's words, she could sense that they had already arrived in the divine realm. Even though his strength had soared, he was still like a baby in front of Senior. When the Senior attacked, he did not notice it at all. They arrived at the divine world. He tried to feel the environment around him again, although it was similar to the outer area of Dayang Town. However, the position of his faction had indeed changed a little. After some thought, Chu Yiren pointed in a direction. Seeing that Chu Yiren's finger had changed from pointing at the sky to pointing at the ground, Xiao Changtian heaved a sigh of relief. That girl was probably joking. This girl was usually carefree, so it was normal for her to be fun. Following that, Xiao Changtian turned to Chu Yiren and scolded. Don't play like this in the future. Chu Yiren didn't react to Xiao Changtian's words. He felt his palm being pulled by Xiao Changtian, walking towards the direction he had pointed. Chu Yiren's face reddened as Xiao Changtian gripped her hand. Forget it, I don't care anymore. It's enough to have Senior by my side. At the same time, outside a mountain forest, a figure was fleeing in a sorry state, looking behind him from time to time. Quickly catch him, don't let him escape. He's there, I'll chase him. Fierce voices came from behind the figure. The figure was a black wolf cub. However, it was different from the demonic wolf cub. The wolf cub had a wolf-like upper body and a human-like lower body. At this moment, the wolf cub had some blood on its body as it ran wildly. Other than some furious voices, there were also occasional arrows flying towards them. Whoosh! The werewolf was shot in the back by an arrow, and a stream of blood flowed down from its back. Then, after running a few steps, the werewolf staggered and fell to the ground. Holy Sun Chu, you should follow me back and be punished obediently. That's right. Who knew that you would be so unbearable? You were actually defeated by a new holy sun at the godly king realm. You're really trash. To think I called you Saint Child so many times in the past. After being hit by the arrow, the werewolf fell to the ground. At this moment, he was surrounded by the people who had chased after him. At this moment, the werewolf coughed a few times and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He pointed at the group of people in front of him. "You bunch of fence-sitters, what were you like when I was in power?" Hearing the werewolf's mockery, one of the serpent men twisted his body and slowly walked towards him. "Holy Sun Chu, oh no, he's no longer a holy sun now. It's time to change his name, Chu Xiaoshan. You're already a saint, so of course we respect you. But now that you've offended the new saint, we can only abandon the darkness and join the light." As she spoke, the Naga also laughed mockingly. Abandon the dark for the light, what a good idea. When the werewolf heard the Naga's words, it also raised its head and shouted. He was originally the saint child of the school of imperial beasts, and he used to be extremely glorious in the school of imperial beasts. Their beast-taming sect was quite different from other beast-taming sects. Their sect had a unique cultivation technique. After cultivating, they were no longer subdued beasts, but could become one with their mounts. It formed its strongest form, the half-human, half-beast form. A while ago, the sect heard that there was a huge upheaval in the demon-beast world. He wanted to let the people of the sect go and see their luck. Perhaps he could bring back more demon beasts for the sect. The number of demonic beasts that the disciples could choose from would also increase. However, what Chu Xiaoshan did not expect was that one of the disciples they brought back. Not only was he talented, but he was also very good at climbing up the flames and relying on power. He did not have any gratitude towards him at all. After defeating him, who had reached the God Emperor realm, in the Saint Child selection competition of the sect, the sect master had agreed to his marriage with the saintess on the spot. After that, the new Holy Sun sent people to kill him, just because he heard that he was interested in the Holy Maiden. In order to nurture this new genius, the sect did not care about his actions. He had also ended up like this. He looked at the Naga and the others who were about to attack him. They were all subordinates of the new Holy Sun. They would not show any mercy when dealing with him. Thinking of this, Chu Xiaoshan slowly closed his eyes. Chu Xiaoshan, go to hell. When the serpent men and the others saw that Chu Xiaoshan was no longer resisting, they also raised the spiritual weapons in their hands and attacked him. Chapter 419, Chapter 419. Hugging a Leg 1. Chapter 419. Hugging a Leg 1. Divine Realm, outside the forest. Chu Xiaoshan die. The Naga shouted, and was about to slash at Chu Xiaoshan with her companions. Woof woof woof. At this moment a dog barked. The Naga and the others felt a pressure descend in front of them. Then, they placed the spirit weapons in their hands one after another. He knelt on the ground. What was going on? After kneeling on the ground, everyone, including Chu Xiaoshan, was dumbfounded. At this moment a new voice was heard. Alpha, don't walk so fast. Xiao Changtian's figure slowly appeared in Chu Xiaoshan's line of sight. At the same time, Chu Yiren followed behind him. Xiao Changtian came to Alpha's side, and saw it barking in front of him. Xiao Changtian looked ahead, and found a few small animals on the ground that did not look normal. Wow, it's Little Wolf. Because of the Snow Wolf King, Chu Yiren naturally had a good impression of Chu Xiaoshan. He quickly picked it up from the ground. Chu Xiaoshan's heart trembled as Chu Yiren hugged him. When he was so close to Chu Yiren, he could feel the terrifying aura emanating from her. The faint green true essence on his hand was so powerful. Even when he was the Holy Sun, no one in the sect had seen him before. Was it this person who suppressed him to the point where he could not move? With that thought in mind, Chu Xiaoshan didn't dare to offend Chu Yiren even more. His eyes immediately revealed a hint of flattery. Meanwhile, Xiao Changtian saw how much Chu Yiren liked Chu Xiaoshan. He also walked over. He knew that Chu Yiren had a little white wolf. The one in front of her had thin hind legs and some blood on its back. It was obvious that he was being bullied by other ferocious beasts in the forest. Walking up to Chu Yiren, Xiao Changtian took out a bottle of medicinal powder from his interspatial ring, and handed it to her. Let him use it. This was the golden granary medicine that he had concocted in the courtyard. It was of great use for external injuries. Seeing the bottle in Xiao Changtian's hand, Chu Yiren thanked him. Thank you, Senior. Chu Iren had been worried that Xiao Changtian would be unhappy with her helping the orc so casually. Now that Xiao Changtian had given him the medicine, it seemed like he was overthinking. Hearing Chu Iren's words, Xiao Changtian waved at him. Then he walked in Alpha's direction. He watched Alpha look fiercely at the snake, or some other small animal in front of him. He looked at the shadow of the wolf cub in the middle of them. He knew that they were the ones who injured the little wolf. With that in mind, Xiao Changtian patted Alpha's back and said slowly, "Just teach him a lesson. Let them go." These little animals were afraid of Alpha, presumably because they saw that Alpha was strange. He was holding a chess piece in each hand. However, Xiao Changtian knew Alpha very well. It was just an ordinary puppy. It was no different from other puppies. On the other hand, once those small animals realized that Alpha was a grass bun, they would probably attack him. Alpha nodded at Xiao Changtian. Seeing Alpha nod, Xiao Changtian walked towards Chu Iren. After Xiao Changtian left, the Naga and the others looked at Alpha in fear. In their field of vision, a huge bloody mouth and a majestic aura appeared in their eyes. The heaven-swallowing dog was a legendary divine beast, a legendary existence that was widely spread in their sect. Today they had actually encountered each other. Naga and the others looked at the heaven-swallowing dog in front of them. Then, they saw the heaven-swallowing dog holding a chess piece in its hand. He placed the chess piece on the heaven chessboard under his feet. Bang! With a swoosh, the serpent men and the others felt the cultivation they had painstakingly cultivated for decades dissipate. Then, the news of the heaven-swallowing dog slowly sounded in their minds. Get lost! Hearing this, the Naga and the others did not dare to complain, and quickly ran into the forest. Xiao Changtian also gave Alpha a thumbs up when he saw the animals scuttling toward the forest. It seemed that Alpha had understood what he meant. At this moment, Chu Xiaoshan, who was in Chu Iren's arms, watched the little animals that Alpha had chased away. His eyes were also filled with excitement, and the way he looked at Chu Iren was even more obsequious. As Chu Iren caressed him, Chu Xiaoshan suddenly felt like he had hope in his life again. Based on the strength that the heaven-swallowing dog had displayed just now, and the woman on his body, if he fawned over them. In that case, the humiliation that the Imperial Beast sect had caused him to suffer could all be returned. Yi Tian must have had some sort of fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, how could he have crossed the line and defeated him in such a short period of time? There were also those elders and sect masters in the sect. One of them fawned over the powerful, and had extreme power. Seeing Yi Tian's talent, she would give him all sorts of compliments and try to coax him. As for him, the former holy son who had contributed to the sect, he completely ignored him and treated him coldly. All these years, even if he didn't make any contributions, he had worked hard. At this thought, Chu Xiaoshan became even more determined to cling on to Chu Iren and Xiao Changtian's thighs. On the other side, after the Naga and the others arrived at the forest, they slowly returned to their human forms. Looking behind her, the Naga felt that her back was already drenched in sweat. Fortunately, the heaven-swallowing dog didn't catch up. "Leader, what should we do now?" The subordinate beside him walked forward and slowly said to the serpent man. Although they did not die, they were disheartened to have decades of their cultivation cut off in an instant. At this moment, the Naga also glanced at him. He was the most depressed person to have his cultivation cut. He had originally thought that he could take advantage of this errand to get some spiritual herbs or something. He didn't expect that he would lose his cultivation, even though he didn't get anything. However, when she thought of the heaven-swallowing dog's appearance, the Naga immediately suppressed the resentment in her heart. It was rumored that a divine beast like the heaven-swallowing dog had already reached the level of heaven transformation. If he had any resentment in his heart now, he would probably sense it immediately. With this thought in mind, the Naga slowly said to them, "Is there a need to ask? He must have gone back to report to the Saint Child." As she spoke, the Naga also vented her frustration at the unfortunate start on them. Chapter 420, Old Man. What are you pretending for? 1. Chapter 420. Old man, what are you pretending for? 1. Divine realm, a majestic mountain peak. Weeds grew on both sides of the mountain path, and some birds and beasts passed by from time to time in the air. At the end of the mountain path, there was a stone door. There were 3 huge words carved on the stone door. Imperial Beast Sect. The Imperial Beast Sect was one of the most powerful factions in the great, desolate immortal continent. Moreover, because it was the border between the human world and the demon beast world. There were endless battles here all year round, and the various factions changed very quickly. Therefore, many experts were born. Meanwhile, the Imperial Beast Sect relied on the unique cultivation techniques in the sect to unleash the advantages of humans and demons. Zicheng's sect quickly became the top power in this area. The current leader of the School of Imperial Beasts, Xiao En, was the only person who had cultivated the beast-taming art to the great success realm. His cultivation had also reached the godly emperor realm, and he was invincible in the great desolate immortal continent. Xiao En was standing in front of the mountain gate. He was wearing a white robe and had a black eagle on his shoulder. There was also some fresh meat that looked like streaky pork in his hand. The black eagle was pecking at the fresh meat in his hand. At that moment, Shan also looked down the mountain. Footsteps could be heard coming from the foot of the mountain. Then, Shan saw Naga and the others supporting each other as they walked up the mountain. What happened? 1 foot. Xiao En retracted his hand, and the black eagle on his shoulder flew up. It turned into a big eagle and dragged Xiao En over to the Naga and the others. The Naga and the others were also feeling weak. She hurriedly knelt down in front of him. Sect Master, you have to stand up for us. When the Naga saw Shan, she immediately knelt down and cried. We followed Saint Child Ye's orders to chase after Chu Xiaoshan. But for some reason, a heaven-swallowing dog suddenly appeared halfway. He beat us all back and caused our cultivation to dissipate. As she spoke, the Naga did not forget to act pitiful. Her hands continuously wiped the corners of her eyes. Heaven-swallowing dog. When Shan heard the Naga and the others' words, he seemed to be a little stunned. He knew Chu Xiaoshan, the former saint who had been defeated by Yi Tian at the Saint Assembly. In a place like this, it was very normal for the Imperial Beast Sect to follow the law of the jungle. However, it would be a big deal if the Naga and the others met the Heaven-swallowing dog. The Heaven-swallowing dog was a legendary divine beast. If he could capture him, perhaps his strength could reach a higher level. He even came into contact with the legendary immortal realm. With that thought in mind, Shan's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Naga and the others with Black Eagle. That was only the Naga's side of the story. He had to personally confirm it. The Naga and the others were also a little confused when they saw Shan fly into the sky. Then, the Naga waved at the people behind her. Let's go and report to the Saint Child first. At the same time, on the other side, Xiao Changtian was leading Chu Iran along the mountain path. The little Chu Hill in Chu Iran's arms also stuck out its little tongue and licked Chu Iran's little hand. From the looks of it, he was extremely flattering. At that moment, Alpha walked in front of the two of them and looked up. In the sky above Xiao Changtian and the others, a stream of light flew past. Then, Shan's figure slowly appeared on top of the Black Eagle. Looking down, Shan's gaze paused on them. One of them had no aura, while the other had a familiar aura. His holy sense had already covered the entire area. Xiao En also knew that there were only Xiao Changtian and the other two people in this place. Where could the heaven-swallowing dog be? Shan placed his hands behind his back, and the Black Eagle under his feet kept flapping its wings. At that moment, a huge phantom of the heaven-swallowing dog suddenly appeared in front of Shan. The appearance of the heaven-swallowing dog immediately attracted Shan's attention. It seemed like there really was a heaven-swallowing dog here. Seeing the heaven-swallowing dog, Shan was also delighted. As expected of a divine beast, it did not fear him at all when it saw him. Very good, this was the divine beast he wanted. With that thought in mind, Xiao En's true essence slowly gathered on his body. Heaven-swallowing dog, obey me. Let me show you your power. As he spoke, the vital essence in Shaoan's hand turned into chains and attacked the heaven-swallowing dog. This first attack was naturally to test the strength of the heaven-swallowing dog. Roar! The heaven-swallowing dog stepped on the heaven chessboard, and true essence flowed through its eyes. Following that, a wave of fluctuations spread out, and the chain automatically cracked open. Old fellow, what are you pretending for? The heaven-swallowing dog shouted at Shaoan and charged at him. Ah, ah, ah. A miserable cry sounded in the air. At this moment Alpha, who was walking in front of Xiao Changtian, also let out a casual sigh. Xiao Changtian surveyed his surroundings before turning to Chu Yiren and saying slowly, Yiren, did you hear any screams just now? Screams? Chu Yiren was playing with Chu Xiaoshan in her arms. When he heard Xiao Changtian's words, he was stunned and shook his head. Seeing Chu Yiren shake her head, Xiao Changtian was a little confused. Wait for me here, Xiao Changtian casually said to Chu Yiren, before leading Alpha into the forest. Senior. Chu Yiren called out to Xiao Changtian as he left. Soon, Xiao Changtian and Alpha arrived in the forest. Xiao Changtian first looked around, and then found that there was a person beside his feet. An old man in white fell to the ground. He knew that his judgment just now was not wrong. The scream just now must have come from the person in front of him. Seeing the old man unconscious, Xiao Changtian reached out and patted his face. After helping him check on his life, he knew that he had a strong vitality and did not die. Xiao Yin slowly woke up after being patted by Xiao Changtian. At this moment his consciousness was a little blurry. He only remembered that he was about to attack the heaven-swallowing dog, and then he was beaten out of the game because he couldn't win. Xiao Yin then looked at Xiao Changtian, who was beside him. Mortals. Seeing Xiao Changtian supporting his arm, Xiao Yin's body also surged with true essence. Since this mortal was able to discover him, he must have seen the heaven-swallowing dog. Shaoan did not want the news of the heaven-swallowing dog to spread so quickly. Just as Shaoan was about to make a move, Alpha also barked to his side. Hearing the barking, Shaoan turned his head and saw Alpha. His body instinctively dispersed the true essence in his hand. He had no doubt that if he had attacked just now, this heaven-swallowing dog would definitely bite him to death. Chapter 421, Chapter 421. Senior has his eyes on me 1. Chapter 421. Senior has his eyes on me 1. In the divine world, in the forest in front of the beast-taming door, Shaoan looked at Alpha, who was standing beside him, and a smile appeared on his face. Looking at Alpha, Shaoan smiled awkwardly at him. Then, he let Xiao Changtian pull his arm and walk to the side. Alpha, we're going back. Xiao Changtian waved at Alpha. Then, Alpha walked up to Xiao Changtian and led the way. This person could actually order the heaven-swallowing dog to do things. Shaoan saw Alpha behaving obediently under Xiao Changtian's command. His gaze swept over Xiao Changtian again. This person was the master of the heaven-swallowing dog. Could it be that he was also cultivating the technique of beast taming like him? However, from Xiao Changtian's body, he didn't seem to be emitting any aura. It seemed that he had to think of a way to force him to make a move. At this moment, Xiao Changtian's voice slowly entered his ears. Old man, what are you looking at? I'm telling you, you're already so old. It's time for you to let go of some things. Xiao Changtian patted Xiaoan's arm as he spoke. When he came to the cultivation world, the feeling that the old man gave Xiao Changtian was that he had never forgotten his dream of cultivation. Previously, when he was in Daong Town, Divine King Red Cloud was also full of lofty aspirations and bragged to him. Later on, when he went to Emoba's courtyard, that Sword Emperor was the same. He always thought that one day, he would be able to walk the world with a sword. However, cultivation also depended on talent. If it didn't work, then don't waste time. He and Chu Yiren had come here to find a spoon that was a half-immortal artifact. For this old man to come to such a place, it was likely that his desire to seek immortality had not faded. Shaoan looked at his arm that Xiao Changtian had slapped. He also felt a lingering fear in his heart. His invincible attitude in the great desolate immortal continent for many years had already made him forget who else in the world could defeat him. And from the words of the person in front of him just now, it was obvious that he had understood everything in his heart. Something should be put down. Was it warning him not to have any thoughts about the heaven-swallowing dog? Sean made up his mind. No, he had to return to the sect to ask for reinforcements first. Then, Xiaoan tried to break free from Xiao Changtian's arm. However, he suddenly realized that he was caught by Xiao Changtian. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. This person must be some old monster who had hidden himself from the world. He had just seen through his intention to hit the heaven-swallowing dog. Therefore, he wanted to take revenge on him now. With that thought in mind, Sean hurriedly whistled. This was his signal to summon his black eagle. Now, if he wanted to escape, he had to cooperate with his mount. After Sean landed, a stream of light fell from the sky. Bang! The black eagle landed in front of Xiao Changtian and the others. What was that? Sean saw Black Eagle fall to the ground and get captured. Could it be that this did not escape his detection? Although he had just whistled, that was his unique skill. Other than Black Eagle and himself, no one else should be able to hear it. At this moment, Xiao Changtian also saw the Black Eagle in front of them. He turned to Sean and said with a smile, "Old man, I saw how you fell just now. The heavens are taking care of you. We can catch that eagle in front and stew it. It's to nourish your body." While speaking, Xiao Changtian also grabbed the black eagle and tied it to the Qianquan bag on his waist. Was this person trying to show off? Was this telling him that no matter what method he used, it would be useless against him? Sean's face was filled with despair as he analyzed the situation in his heart. It was all his fault for being greedy and invincible in the great desolate, immortal continent for a long time. He thought that he could do anything. In fact, the power of an existence that could command the heaven-swallowing dog was something that he could imagine. This time he had brought up an iron plate. With this thought in mind, Xiao In knelt down in front of Xiao Changtian. Bang! Xiao Changtian only heard a bang behind him. He turned around and saw Sean kneeling before him. At this moment, Chu Iren's voice could be heard. "Senior, where did you go?" Seeing Chu Iren, Xiao Changtian also waved at her. "Iren, I'm here. There's an old man here. He encountered some trouble in the forest and came over to help." The old man seemed to be exhausted from the mountain. He couldn't even walk with his legs, so he directly knelt down. When Chu Iren heard Xiao Changtian's words, she walked over as well, narrowing her eyes at Xiao En. The feeling this person gave him was similar to the Ice Emperor in the courtyard. He was only slightly weaker than them. What was the purpose of Senior helping this person? Although she had some thoughts, Chu Iren still walked over to help Xiao En up. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Xiao En felt even more hopeless. It seemed that this senior didn't care about his pleas at all. Logically speaking, although he had his eyes on the other party's mount, he did not succeed after all. Moreover, he had also knelt down. Such a figure still had some grace. He shouldn't have bothered about it. Why couldn't he forgive himself? Could it be that he had offended her in some way? No matter how he thought about it, Sean could not figure out how he had offended them. At this moment, Xiao En also saw Chu Xiaoshan, who was standing beside Chu Iren. Seeing Chu Xiaoshan, Xiao En suddenly understood something. When the Naga came to report to him, he was still wondering why the heaven-swallowing dog would appear here. After all, if a divine beast like the heaven-swallowing dog were to be born, it should cause a huge commotion. After coming here, he found out that the heaven-swallowing dog had an owner. Moreover, Chu Xiaoshan is still by Senior's side. What did this mean? This meant that the relationship between Senior and Chu Xiaoshan was very close. Moreover, because of the Saint Child incident this time, Senior would probably come to his Imperial Beast sect to denounce him. That was why he had given him a show of strength just now. As he thought about this, cold sweat broke out on Sean's face. If he was targeted by an expert, how would he live in the future? Thinking of this, Xiao En also looked at Chu Xiaoshan. His eyes were pleading for help. Now his only way to survive was Chu Xiaoshan. At this time, Xiao Changtian also walked up to Xiao En. "Old man, sit down for a while. I'll chop this eagle up for you and cook it into soup." While talking, Xiao Changqing held a small dagger in one hand, and Xiao En's black eagle in the other. It was over. When Xiao En saw Xiao Changtian's appearance, he was also anxious. The black eagle was his natal mount. Once it died, his cultivation would also fall. Senior was going to kill the black eagle first to vent Chu Xiaoshan's hatred. At that moment, Xiao En saw Chu Xiaoshan, who had turned his head away, and was even more certain of this. What should he do? Chapter 422, Chapter 422, Yi Tian. Chapter 422, Yi Tian. In the divine realm, in the forest outside the Imperial Beast Gate, Xiao En watched as Xiao Changtian was about to attack the black eagle in his hand. He quickly looked at Chu Xiaoshan again. Chu Xiaoshan was still standing at the side coldly, completely ignoring him. He clearly remembered the time at the Imperial Beast Sect's Saint Assembly. How did the sect master treat him? He valued Yi Tian's talent, and didn't care about the fact that he had been targeted and hunted down. She even liked Yi Tian. Now that he was in trouble, he would definitely not help. He had no choice but to do so. Seeing Chu Xiaoshan's reaction, Xiao En knew that he would not help him plead for mercy. Then he shouted, "Wait!" The black eagle in Xiao Changtian's hand was trembling when it saw the dagger in front of it. The dagger in Xiao Changtian's hand gave him the feeling of an immortal artifact. He could feel that he only needed one strike from Xiao Changtian. He would definitely die. His defense could not block the dagger's attack at all. Xiao Changtian also stopped what he was doing. Xiao Changtian also looked in Xiao En's direction. "You don't want to kill him?" Xiao Changtian pointed at the black eagle in his hand and said slowly to Xiao En. Xiao En heard Xiao Changtian's words and stopped the dagger in his hand. He heaved a sigh of relief and nodded frantically at Xiao Changtian. She didn't expect this old man to be so kind and not like to eat small animals. That's right. Those immortal cultivators all talk about the Tao in nature, and they have to be of one heart with heaven and earth. This old man had probably read too many books. At this time, Xiao Changtian also walked up to Xiao En. He slowly put away the black eagle and said to him, "If you say you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it first. I'll keep it for now." Xiao Changtian patted Xiao En's shoulder as he spoke. Xiao En was touched when he saw that Xiao Changtian did not kill the black eagle. Senior was giving him a chance to redeem himself. With this thought in mind, Xiao En said to Xiao Changtian on the spot, "Senior, Xiao En will remember today's matter. When we return to the sect, we will definitely make Chu Xiaoshan the Holy Sun." As he spoke, Xiao En glanced in Chu Xiaoshan's direction. "Chu Xiaoshan? What Chu Xiaoshan?" Xiao Changtian was also dumbfounded when he heard Xiao En's words. This was the first time this old man had spoken to him in a serious manner. He did not expect that he was actually sick. Forget it, let's not bother about him. Chu Xiaoshan probably made it up at random, so he would just cooperate with him. At this moment Xiao Changtian also responded, Good, you're right." Xiao En was delighted to hear Xiao Changtian's words. At the same time Chu Xiaoshan, who was beside Chu Yiren, was also overjoyed. It seemed that his previous flattery was not wrong. He had hugged a thigh. Even the sect master was submissive in front of this young man. Naturally, Chu Yiren didn't question Xiao Changtian's decision. "Yiren, I'll continue walking up," Xiao Changtian said slowly to Chu Yiren. Hearing that Xiao Changtian was going to continue walking, Xiao En also tidied up his clothes. It seemed that Senior wanted to see his actions with his own eyes. He could only perform well now and try to save Black Eagle. At this time, Xiao En also took the initiative to walk in front of Xiao Changtian and slowly said to him, "Senior, I'm familiar with this mountain. Let me lead the way." Xiao Changtian exchanged a glance with Chu Yiren when he heard Xiao En's words. Then he slowly said to him, "All right, then you lead the way." This old man seemed to have done some research on this place. Since he took the initiative, he would let him lead the way. Thus, Shaoan led Xiao Changtian and the others slowly toward the Imperial Beast Gate. At this moment the Imperial Beast sect, in a magnificent room. The room was lit with sandalwood. It was obvious that it was made of high-quality materials. There was a man sitting in the room. Beside him was a beautiful woman. They were enjoying themselves in the room. Saint Child, bad news, Saint Child. At this moment, an anxious voice came from outside. Then, the door of the room was opened, and the Naga's figure slowly appeared in the room. In the room, the man was wearing black clothes and a jade ring on his finger. This person was none other than the Imperial Beast sect's current holy son Yi Tian. Yi Tian seemed a little angry. With a wave of his hand, the women around him retreated. What's the hurry? Hearing Yi Tian's angry voice, the Naga's body trembled and she fell to her knees. Lord Holy Son, we failed to kill Chu Shaoshan. What? Yi Tian was already in a bad mood, so the Naga's words made him feel a little unhappy. He flipped the table beside him and stood up from the chair. Holy Son, calm down. The sect master has already gone out to investigate. Hearing the Naga's words, Yi Tian also walked out of the room. The Naga watched Yi Tian leave the room. He stood up from the ground and muttered, Saint Child, I haven't told you about the heaven-swallowing dog. After leaving the room, the ring on Yi Tian's finger lit up. Tian, you shouldn't be so impulsive. That Naga clearly had something to say. Master, I know, but what can those soldiers know? If Chu Shaoshan doesn't die, how can I tolerate it? As he walked, Yi Tian spoke to his ring. Who would have thought that Yi Tian's ring had a soul hidden within? From the looks of it, his strength was still quite good. Hearing Yi Tian's words, a sigh came from the ring. This disciple of his, what was good about him? He was just a little impatient. After the Battle of the Saints, Yi Tian had also taken advantage of the situation. He wanted to hide in the Imperial Beast sect and steal the 100,000-year-old spiritual medicine, the Lingji grass, nurturing his master's soul. However, he didn't expect Chu Shaoshan to bump into him. Although his master had said that he had not discovered their intentions at that time. They just happened to bump into each other, so there was no need to be so ruthless. But Yi Tian still couldn't rest until he killed him. Therefore, they started to target Chu Shaoshan in various ways in the sect, and finally killed him. He had learned his lesson from the failure of stealing the Lingji grass last time, and was about to steal it again. Then, there was news that Chu Shaoshan was not dead, and was coming back at this time. It seemed that Chu Shaoshan was obviously trying to ruin his plans. Thus Yi Tian was anxious to go outside and confirm whether he was dead or not. Chapter 423, Chapter 423, Hooligan 1. Chapter 423, Hooligan 1. Divine Realm, Beast Taming Sect. Shaoan's figure slowly appeared in front of the mountain gate. Xiao Changtian and the others were behind him. When he arrived at the stone door, Xiao Changtian saw the 3 words written on it. Imperial Beast Sect. It sounded like a cultivation sect. Could it be that this old man wanted to bring him to a cultivation sect? He had also gone to the Great Sun sect. This stone door looked like a cultivation sect. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian slowly said to Shaoan, Old man, what is this place? Shaoan was stunned when he heard Xiao Changtian's words. With senior strength, wasn't this asking the obvious? However, Shaoan seemed to have thought of something, and responded to Xiao Changtian. Senior Shermu, this is the home of the eye. It seemed like Senior was going to remind him what he should do later. Hearing Shaoan's words, Xiao Changtian rolled his eyes. He thought it was some cultivation sect, but he didn't expect it to be this old man's home. This old man was really more ridiculous than those people from before. Forget about the previous talk. This old man even directly set up a mountain gate. Looking at the old man, there was probably no one inside. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian slowly said to Shaoan, Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. Shaoan heard Xiao Changtian's words and smiled at him. Then, he made an inviting gesture to Xiao Changtian. After entering the Imperial Beast Gate and passing through a corridor, they arrived at a square. At this moment, there was no one in the square, but there were quite a few birds and beasts. As expected, it was exactly as he had expected. There was no one in this sect at all. It had almost become the world of animals. At this moment, the disciples of the school of imperial beasts standing on the square were also dumbfounded. Just now, they suddenly felt a pressure descend on their bodies. Then, they automatically entered their beast forms. One by one, they turned into ferocious beasts. At this moment, the group of disciples also started to communicate with each other. Do you know what's going on? Why were we suddenly forced into beast form? A disciple of the imperial beast sect asked the others slowly, his tone filled with confusion. As you can see, the sect master is walking towards us. I think the sect master has cultivated some strange technique, and didn't stop just now. As he spoke, a disciple of the school of imperial beasts who had turned into an ant also looked in the direction of the sect master. When the other disciples of the imperial beast sect heard this disciple's words, they slowly nodded their heads. That makes sense. Only the sect master has such strength. Yes, the sect master is walking over now. It seems that the pressure on our bodies will be lifted soon. Xiao En and Xiao Changtian arrived at the square and saw the group of disciples. Xiao En looked at Xiao Changtian with fear in his eyes. This senior had suppressed all his disciples to the ground. This was a warning to him to do his job well. With this thought in mind, Xiao En slowly said to Xiao Changtian, "Senior, wait a moment. I'll be right there." Hearing Xiao En's words, Xiao Changtian waved his hand. Go. Then he sat down in the square. This old man had come to his sect to do some strange things. He was not in a hurry. Seeing Xiao Changtian sit down, Chu Iren walked over slowly and sat down beside him. "Iren, do you know the exact location of the spoon you mentioned?" On the way here, Chu Iren had told him the general location. She didn't say where exactly. "Senior, I can't remember exactly where it is, but it's definitely nearby." Chu Iren looked around and thought for a while before replying to Xiao Changtian. While Xiao Changtian and Chu Iren were conversing, the disciples of the school of imperial beasts in the plaza were also in an uproar. Who are these two people? They don't look like disciples of our imperial beast sect. They really don't look like them, but the gatekeeper was quite respectful to them just now. Could they be old friends of the gatekeeper? How can it be an old friend? Have you ever seen an old friend sitting in the square? For a moment, the disciples of the school of imperial beasts on the square were also talking at once. At this moment Xiao Tao was bored. He saw that the small animals in the square seemed to be very active. He casually grabbed a rabbit beside him. His hand caressed her body. Then he slowly said, "This old man is really interesting. The sect he established has become a paradise for animals." In Xiao Changtian's hand, Rabbit also felt a powerful pressure descend on its body. He was unable to raise any thoughts of resistance. Even the most basic movement of his body was extremely difficult. These little animals are quite obedient. Xiao Changtian looked at the little rabbit in his hand and said slowly. Then, Xiao Changtian slowly put it back on the ground. "How is it? How strong is this person?" Rabbit was placed down and surrounded by the other disciples of the school of imperial beasts. "This person is a hooligan." The rabbit returned to the square at this time, also angry and frustrated. When he was in Xiao Changtian's hands just now, he was still a little afraid when he was suppressed by the pressure. After that, Xiao Changtian actually caressed his chest. Truly shameless. Hooligans. When the other disciples of the school of imperial beasts heard Rabbit's words, they were also a little puzzled. They wanted Rabbit to test this person's strength, not his character. As the rabbit spoke, Xiao Changtian slowly turned his head. At this moment everyone dispersed. The current situation of this human strength was still unknown. After the sect master left, the pressure on their bodies had not disappeared. Perhaps this person was behind it. After Xiao En left Xiao Changtian's room, he flew towards Yi Tian's room. Now, he only wanted to capture Yi Tian and beg Xiao Changtian to release his black eagle. Originally, He wanted to make Yi Tian the Holy Sun and slowly observe him. After all, it was impossible for him not to have secrets when he had such strength after just a few months in the sect. But even though Yi Tian's body was a little strange, for the sake of his mount he couldn't care less. At the same time, Yi Tian also hurried to the Imperial Beast sect. Found it. Xiao En hovered in the air, looking down at Yi Tian, his face filled with joy. Reaching out, a palm made entirely of true qi flew towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian, who was running along the road, also sensed something and looked up. Chapter 424. Chapter 424. Yi Tian's Master 1. Chapter 424. Yi Tian's Master 1. Imperial Beast Gate. As Yi Tian walked, he seemed to sense something. He looked up and saw Shan's palm coming at him. Sect Master! Shan shouted. Then he realized that the space around him had been completely sealed. He could not move at all. Master, save me. Yi Tian looked at Xiao En in the air and thought to himself. Sigh. Yi Tian and Xiao En heard a sigh. Following which, an icy blue chain flew out from Yi Tian's finger. It directly broke the binding Xiao En had placed on Yi Tian. Ha ha ha, my disciples are not people you can deal with. At this moment, a white shadow slowly appeared behind Yi Tian. The mysterious man had long white hair and an unusually long beard. I've always felt that this kid was hiding a secret. I didn't expect him to be a remnant soul. Xiao En stood in the air. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the shadow. Although it's just a remnant soul, it's enough to deal with you. I'm just curious as to what made you attack. When the shadow heard Shan's words, he stroked his beard and said slowly to Shan. When Shan heard the phantom's words, he also swung his palm. You don't have to know that. The mysterious man's words reminded Xiao En and Xiao Changtian to wait in the square. If it had been a little later, he might not have been able to keep his black eagle. Xiao En's angry palm, imbued with the might of a god emperor, slowly struck towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian looked at the palm print in the air and said to the shadow beside him. Master, are you confident? Don't worry. In the divine realm, there aren't many things that teacher is afraid of. If it was in the past, this kind of trash would be dealt with by teacher in minutes. As he spoke, a powerful aura burst out from the mysterious man's body. What is it? Godly Emperor? Shan exclaimed in shock the moment the shadow released its aura. The aura that the illusory figure displayed was actually on par with him. One had to know that he was only a remnant soul now. It was hard to imagine how powerful he would be at his peak. Thinking of this, Shan felt uneasy. Today, he had really stepped on dog shit. First he met Xiao Changtian, and his black eagle was taken away. Now, he had encountered another remnant soul with an aura similar to his. Just this, you also want to have ideas about my disciple. The shadow scattered Xiao En's palm print and shouted at Xiao En. Yi Tian looked at his master's imposing manner, and his face was filled with fanaticism. In midair, Shan looked down at the shadow. Through the probing attack just now, Shan also understood that without Black Eagle, it was impossible for him to beat this person. With that thought in mind, Shan shouted at the shadow. Yi Tian murdered a fellow disciple and violated the rules of the Imperial Beast sect. I have to bring him back. I hope this senior can help me on this account. As he spoke, a blade of grass appeared in Shan's hand. The green grass danced in the wind. Lingji grass. Yi Tian blurted out when he saw the grass in Xiao En's hand. This was none other than the Lingji grass that he wanted to steal. The reason why his master had guided him to the Imperial Beast sect back then was also because of the Lingji grass. At this time, Yi Tian also turned to look at the shadow. He wasn't very confident. He was also afraid that the mysterious man would hand him over directly. Ha ha ha. When the shadow heard Shan's words, he laughed out loud. He turned to look at Yi Tian behind him, and his body shook. Disciple, what do you think? Yi Tian quickly pointed at Xiao En and said, Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of discussing a deal with my master? Well said. The illusory man clapped his hands in satisfaction. My disciple said that you are not worthy of trading with me. Therefore, I will sell this thing myself. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow once again condensed a true energy chain and attacked Xiao En. Seeing that his enticement had failed, Xiao En also flew toward the square where Xiao Changtian was. Seeing Xiao En leave, the mysterious man waved his sleeve and chased after him with Yi Tian. Since you forced me to make a move, don't run away. He had not seen Black Eagle since just now. This meant that something must have happened to Black Eagle. This was a great opportunity to kill Shan and take control of the Imperial Beast sect. Two streams of light flew past the Imperial Beast gate. Xiaoen was in front, the shadow leading Yi Tian behind. Xiaoen's gaze swept across Xiao Changtian below, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Then it flew in his direction. Xiao Changtian saw that Xiao En was panting and walked up to him. Old man, what's wrong? Xiao En felt Xiao Changtian pressing his back, and he was shocked. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, he quickly replied, Senior, I'm being chased. Hearing Xiao En's words, Xiao Changtian slowly looked forward. Xiao Changtian's hand left Xiao En's back, and Xiao En heaved a sigh of relief. The senior had pressed his hand on his back, so he hadn't seen Yi Tian, and had wanted to kill him. At this time, the shadow and Yi Tian landed in front of Xiao Changtian. Seeing Yi Tian suddenly appear in front of him, Xiao Changtian slowly said to Xiao En, Him. Xiao En saw Xiao Changtian pointing at Yi Tian and nodded. At that moment, the shadow saw Shan run to a mortal's side, and its gaze became somewhat vigilant. Yi Tian, this person isn't from the school of Imperial Beasts. Be careful. The illusory figure stood in front of Yi Tian, speaking to him telepathically. Yi Tian turned to Xiao Changtian. However, Xiao Changtian didn't have any aura at all. Master, don't worry. That Xiao En is just trying to be mysterious. I'll go kill that mortal. Kill him. Xiao Changtian was also stunned by Yi Tian's words. No wonder this old man was panting. He was being chased by this person. Your enemy. Xiao Changtian pointed at Yi Tian and spoke slowly. No, he's the current saint. Saint Child, the holy son of the sect established by the old man. It seemed that this old man should have treated him well. It was fine if this person did not repay his kindness, but he even wanted to kill the old man. This was really intolerable. Since this person could come here to be the holy son, he should be a mortal like him. He would teach the old man a lesson. No matter what, he was also a martial artist. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian relaxed his muscles and walked over to Yi Tian. Chapter 425 Chapter 425 Strictly Guard 1 Chapter 425 Strictly Guard 1 Imperial Beast Gate. Xiao Changtian slowly approached Yi Tian. Yi Tian looked at Xiao Changtian, a cold smile on his face. A mortal was acting really well. He was afraid that he would lose his life if he continued to pretend. With this thought in mind, Yi Tian also rose from the ground and punched Xiao Changtian. A mere mortal dares to be so arrogant. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. Mountain-splitting fist. Yi Tian clenched his fists and instantly appeared in front of Xiao Changtian. This kid's killing nature was very heavy. Xiao Changtian looked at Yi Tian and sighed inwardly. However, it was still a little too tender. As he spoke, Xiao Changtian raised his arm and grabbed Yi Tian's fist. How was this possible? Yi Tian watched as Xiao Changtian easily negated his attack. Her hand was still being held by the other party, and she could not break free at all. His heart trembled. After trying a few times, he also looked at the phantom behind him. At this time, Xiao Changtian slowly said to Yi Tian, Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. How dare you? Seeing Xiao Changtian's actions, the shadow beside him also shouted. My disciple is not someone else's turn to teach him a lesson. As he spoke, the shadow also wanted to attack Xiao Changtian. Although Xiao Changtian was acting weird, he had slapped his own disciple in public. This was a provocation. At this moment, the mysterious man threw a few chains at Xiao Changtian. Arrogant. The illusory figure saw that Xiao Changtian had ignored him and directly knocked Yi Tian to the ground. He shouted angrily, and the chains came to Xiao Changtian's side. It directly passed through Xiao Changtian's body. Senior. Seeing that Xiao Changtian didn't set up any defenses, Chu Yiren, who was sitting in the plaza, said, Is there anything? Hearing Chu Yiren's voice, Xiao Changtian also turned his head and said slowly to her, No. Seeing that Xiao Changtian was completely unscathed, Chu Yiren waved her hand. At this moment, the mysterious man looked at Xiao Changtian, and a trace of panic appeared in his eyes for the first time. Impossible. He had clearly just passed through the chain. How could he be fine? Again, seeing Xiao Changtian teaching Yi Tian a lesson, the mysterious man's aura grew even stronger. Do you know? In the future, you have to respect your teachers and elders. Do you hear me? Xiao Changtian looked at Yi Tian, who was lying on the ground, and said slowly, Just you wait. I'll teach you a lesson. Yi Tian saw his master use an even more powerful technique, and slowly responded to Xiao Changtian. All right, this was a tough nut to crack. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Xiao Changtian came to a conclusion in his heart. On the other hand, Chu Xiaoshan and the disciples of the School of Imperial Beasts on the square were standing at the side. This was Yi Tian and Xiao Changtian's dispute. They were all trembling. What kind of people were these? Chu Xiaoshan was also very touched. Senior was indeed here to help him take revenge. It was the right choice to hug his thigh. With that thought in mind, Chu Xiaoshan rubbed his face against Chu Yiren. Die. The mysterious man saw Xiao Changtian ignore him the whole time. He didn't even stop him when he used his ultimate move. It seemed that he did not put him in his eyes at all. Xiao Changtian looked down at Yi Tian, who was looking in a certain direction. He was also pointing in the direction of the phantom. Is there anyone there? It was useful to look at it. He should think about his mistakes. In Xiao Changtian's eyes, there was indeed nothing there. This is too much. The virtual shadow heard Xiao Changtian's words, but also angrily said a sentence. Then, a giant dragon formed by his soul power charged toward Xiao Changtian. Brat, you will definitely pay the price for your arrogance. Old man, you're getting a little carried away. At some point, Alpha had already arrived at Xiao Changtian's feet. As the voice rang in the shadow's ears, a huge heaven chessboard scattered the dragon. Then, the figure of the heaven-swallowing dog slowly appeared on the heaven chessboard. Stepping on the celestial chessboard, he slowly walked towards him. Swallowing the heaven-swallowing dog. The mysterious man looked at the heaven-swallowing dog that was walking towards him, and felt a little afraid. The stronger they were, the more they knew how terrifying these divine beasts were. The heaven-swallowing dog in front of him clearly had the strength to kill him here. Esteemed Lord Heaven-swallowing dog, I didn't know you were here and disturbed your rest. I will leave now. After saying that, the phantom turned around and wanted to escape. You attacked, Master. Is it possible for you to escape? The heaven-swallowing dog saw the phantom trying to escape and slowly walked forward. As he walked, the celestial chessboard under his feet also covered the phantom. Hearing the heaven-swallowing dog's words, the mysterious man was even more frightened. So that person was the owner of the heaven-swallowing dog. No wonder he didn't put him in his eyes. From the beginning to the end, he was just a clown in his eyes. No. Along with this voice, the heaven-swallowing dog opened its mouth and swallowed the phantom into its stomach. Xiao Changtian saw that Yi Tian was still looking in the same direction and felt helpless. This kid's expression changed. Hey, do you understand what I just said? Xiao Changtian waved his fist as he spoke. By this time, Yi Tian had already fainted. The scene of the heaven-swallowing dog devouring the phantom had scared him into fainting. Xiao Changtian looked down at Yi Tian, who didn't respond, and reached out to check. He fainted. Why can't she take it? It seemed that his strength as a martial artist was still quite intimidating. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian waved at Xiao En. Xiao En saw Xiao Changtian waving at him, and immediately walked over. Senior, what can I do for you? After witnessing the strength of the heaven-swallowing dog once again, Xiao En treated Xiao Changtian like a bootlicker. Seeing Xiaowen's expression, Xiao Changtian pointed at Yi Tian. I'll leave this kid to you. Take care of him, and teach him more so he won't be so stubborn. These children grew up in the mountains. It was normal for them to be a little wild. It was fine as long as they were taught more. Xiaowen heard Xiao Changtian's words and immediately nodded at him. Senior's intention was naturally to lock Yi Tian up and watch him closely. At this moment, in a few small paths in front of the square, there was also the sound of footsteps. Sect Master, what's wrong? The person who came was none other than the other elders of the Imperial Beast sect. They usually did not show their faces in the Imperial Beast sect. He had sensed a powerful aura here just now, so he had rushed over. Chapter 426. Chapter 426, Go away. Chapter 426, Go away. Imperial Beast Gate. A few elders of the school of Imperial Beasts slowly walked towards the square. When he saw the disciples in the square who had been suppressed into their beast forms, he asked Xiaowen slowly, Sect Master, what happened? Hearing the words of the school of Imperial Beasts elders, Xiaowen pointed at the unconscious Yi Tian. Everyone, Yi Tian has violated the sect rules by killing a fellow disciple. Lock him up. Hearing Xiaowen's words, the elders also looked at the ground. Yi Tian was indeed lying on the ground unconscious. Sect Master, this. Why? Is there a problem? An elder from the school of Imperial Beasts opened his mouth to say something, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Xiaowen. What a joke! He could neglect a matter personally ordered by a senior. Hearing Xiaowen's unquestionable voice, the elders of the school of Imperial Beasts were somewhat puzzled. However, he did not continue asking. They couldn't understand why the sect master would lock up Yi Tian, the future rising star of the school of Imperial Beasts. Also, what was going on with the disciples on the square? An elder of the Imperial Beast sect thought this, and felt a little resentful. As she walked, she bumped into Xiao Changtian. The Imperial Beast sect's elder glanced in front of him. A mortal. Go away. The Imperial Beast sect elder said to Xiao Changtian. Xiao Changtian was baffled by the words of the Imperial Beast sect elder. Xiao Changtian naturally noticed the appearance of these old men. Presumably, those old men who wanted to cultivate had gathered together and formed an organization or something. In his previous life, it was a nursing home. However, this old man seemed unreasonable. No wonder Yi Tian was his disciple. While Xiao Changtian was thinking, the elder of the school of Imperial Beast saw that Xiao Changtian didn't give in. She said to him again, Didn't you hear me telling you to go away? This Imperial Beast sect elder's voice was a little loud, and it naturally attracted the attention of others. Xiaowen turned his head, and saw that the elder of the school of Imperial Beasts was yelling at Xiao Changtian. Fuck. Even if he wanted to die, he didn't need to do this. Xiaowen had a bad feeling when he saw the elder standing in front of Xiao Changtian. Woof woof woof. At this moment, the heaven-swallowing dog barked at the sect of Imperial Beasts elder casually. It was over. When Shan saw Alpha barking at the elder of the school of Imperial Beasts, he also covered his forehead. Then, the sect of Imperial Beasts elder suddenly fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with fear, as if he had seen something invincible. The elder from the school of Imperial Beasts pointed at Alpha, his mouth trembling. Xiao Changtian was speechless when he saw the elder's reaction. What was wrong with this old man? He was so aggressive just now. Xiao Changtian wanted to reason with him, but he didn't expect the old man to fall to the ground. At this moment, Xiao Changtian also walked over and slowly helped him up from the ground. She smiled when she saw the direction he was pointing. So this old man was afraid of dogs. Then, Xiao Changtian waved at Alpha, and Alpha automatically walked to the side. At this moment, Xiao Changtian said to the sect of Imperial Beasts elder, Old man, be careful when you walk. It's fine now. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the school of Imperial Beasts elder quivered. This person was actually the owner of the devouring dog. It was only because he was kind at heart. Otherwise he might have been a corpse. The Imperial Beast sect elder looked at Yi Tian and understood. It turned out that the sect master had had such a deep meaning when he had ordered the underling to capture Yi Tian. Yi Tian had clearly offended someone he shouldn't have. Fortunately, Xiao Changtian smiled and didn't look like he was going to pursue the matter. The Imperial Beast sect elder heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, the other elders of the School of Imperial Beasts also saw Alpha. They were all sensible people. After living for so many years, they immediately got busy. Xiao En saw that Xiao Changtian didn't blame him, so he also came to his side. "Senior, please come to the back for a chat." As he spoke, Xiao En also made an inviting gesture to Xiao Changtian. "Please." Xiao Changtian looked at the sky. If they entered the mountain today, it would probably be night time. Why don't I stay at this old man's place for a night? He would look for it tomorrow. Moreover, he had saved this old man once today. Soon, Xiao Changtian arrived at a cave under Xiao En's lead. The cultivation techniques of the Imperial Beast sect all had to be cultivated together with demon beasts. Therefore, their rooms were basically caves in the mountains. This way, it would be easier for him to fuse with his life-bound demonic beast. Xiao Changtian entered the cave and looked at the equipment in the cave. They were all very simple. That was true. After all, it was a sect established by a group of Chinibu old men. "Senior, is there anything that you're not satisfied with?" When Shan asked this question, he was a little nervous. In order to make Xiao Changtian happy, he released the Black Eagle. Xiao En had given Xiao Changtian the best cave abode in the entire Imperial Beast sect. The items inside were all made of extremely high-quality black stones. Black stone was not only a good material for making divine weapons, but it also made the spiritual energy in the cave abode richer. At this time, Xiao Changtian heard Xiao En's words and complained in his heart. "These are all black stones. Tell me if I'm satisfied. It would probably be very painful to sleep at night." Although he was thinking this, Xiao Changtian still said to Xiao En slowly, No. Xiao En heard Xiao Changtian's words and smiled at him. "Senior, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao En walked out of the cave. At the same time, on the square of the Imperial Beast sect. After Xiao Changtian and the others left, the disciples of the School of Imperial Beasts on the square slowly returned to their human forms. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they recovered. What they saw today was too shocking for them. You know, that senior heaven-swallowing dog, a disciple of the School of Imperial Beasts, had just recovered and was a little excited to share. He saw his companion covering his mouth. Senior heaven-swallowing dog is still in the sect. Hearing his companion's words, the disciple of the School of Imperial Beasts nodded slowly. At the same time, a stream of light flew through the air, and Shan's figure slowly appeared. "You can't tell anyone about what happened today. Otherwise you will die." After Shan said that, he disappeared. Hearing Xiao En's words, the disciples of the School of Imperial Beasts respectfully sent him off. Among the crowd, there was also a disciple from the School of Imperial Beasts, who had a devilish smile on his face. Chapter 427, Chapter 427, Exchange with Senior 1. Chapter 427, Exchange with Senior 1. Divine World, Great Desolate Immortal Continent. Inside a magnificent palace. The two sides of the hall were filled with people, and above them sat 4 figures. "Brother Shen, what do you think of this operation?" Among the 4 of them, a middle-aged man with a mustache and dressed in black clothes slowly spoke to the man beside him. The man was dressed in golden clothes and wore various accessories around his neck. "Is there a need to say that our great Jin Empire and the Imperial Beast sect are destined to be enemies? The Imperial Beast sect has occupied so many resources in the Great Desolate Immortal Continent. This opportunity is also time to replan the resources." Hearing this man's words, the other 2 did not continue. Shen Zhong belonged to the Great Gold Dynasty and was the current emperor of the Great Gold Dynasty. Before the Imperial Beast sect settled in the Great Desolate Immortal Continent, the Great Jin Empire was in charge of most of the resources. After the Imperial Beast sect moved in, they quickly became the overlord of the great desolate immortal continent. Many of the resources that originally belonged to the Great Jin dynasty naturally flowed into the Imperial Beast sect. Therefore, although the Great Jin Empire did not have any conflict with the Imperial Beast sect on the surface these past few years, however, both sides were also fighting in secret. Everyone, what else is there to discuss? According to our scouts, Shaoan's Black Eagle has already been taken by that young senior. Without Black Eagle, Shan's strength would be halved. Moreover, the scouts also said that those Beast Tamer sect elders seemed to be quite disrespectful to that young senior. Shen Zhong's words resounded in the hall, causing the other people to be slightly moved. To be honest, the Imperial Beast sect had dominated the great desolate immortal continent for so many years. There were countless resources, and their cave abodes were actually made of blackstone. If he could take advantage of the Imperial Beast sect's fall this time, he could take them down in one fell swoop. The development of their respective sects would also accelerate by several times. After some calculations in their hearts, the others seemed to have made up their minds. They all slowly said to President Shen, "All right, then let's do it together." As he spoke, Shen Zhong and the others also stood up from their seats. Then, the various factions in the hall cheered. Divide up the Imperial Beast sect. Divide up the Imperial Beast sect. As the voices fell, the atmosphere in the hall became more and more high. However, it was on the side of the Imperial Beast sect. At that moment, Shaoan was standing on the mountain peak of the Imperial Beast sect, looking out. With his many years of mastery of the great desolate continent, he could still smell the smell of a storm coming. At this moment, an elder from the school of Imperial Beasts slowly appeared beside him. The moment the sect of Imperial Beasts elder appeared, he also bowed to Shaoan. "Sect Master, you were looking for me." Yes. Recently, the great desolate immortal continent has been a little unstable. I have some things to talk to you about." When Shan saw the sect of Imperial Beasts elder, he also walked toward him. He pointed at the ground below and said slowly, "Oh, but what happened?" The Imperial Beast sect's elder was also shocked when he heard Shaoan's words. He asked slowly, "I don't know. I can't be sure yet." Shan looked at the ground below and shook his head. Then he changed the topic and continued to say to the elder, "Second brother, I remember that you have a daughter. What realm is she at now?" When the sect of Imperial Beasts elder heard Shaoan's words, he was also stunned. "Yes, sect master. My daughter has already reached the God Emperor realm. The God Emperor realm is not bad." As he spoke, Shan slowly walked to the side of the sect of Imperial Beasts elder. "Second brother, find an opportunity to let your daughter communicate with senior. What do you think?" Hearing Shaoan's words, the sect of Imperial Beasts elder's body trembled. Then he slowly said to Shan, "I'll listen to sect master's arrangements." "That's good." Shaoan patted the sect of Imperial Beasts elder on the shoulder and disappeared from the mountain peak. After witnessing the strength of Yi Tian's master and Xiao Changtian, he was shocked. Shan had been thinking about what he would do if he encountered such a strong person in the future. After thinking about it, the only way was to cling onto a thigh first. Although Chu Xiaoshan seemed to have some relationship with senior. However, Xiao Changtian had not seen Chu Xiaoshan since he returned to the Imperial Beast sect. It could be seen that their relationship was not as good as he had imagined. Therefore, if he wanted to cling on to Xiao Changtian, he needed to deepen their relationship. Becoming in-laws was naturally the best. At the same time, on the other side, under Shen Zhong and the rest's planning, the alliance was ready to go. "Everyone, we must divide the Imperial Beast sect this time." Chief Shen stood at the front of the group and slowly shouted to everyone, "Don't worry, Emperor Shen. I've brought out my ancestral artifact. Their Imperial Beast sect will definitely perish this time." "Me too. In order to increase my cultivation and kill a few more people, I've already refined all the disciples in my sect." Hearing the words of the cultivators below, CEO Shen slowly nodded. "Let's go." Shen Zhong waved his hand forward. and the cultivators behind him followed suit. Night Imperial Beast Sect. Xiao Changtian was sitting in his cave abode, and Chu Iran had also walked over to his side. Seeing Chu Iran, Xiao Changtian slowly said to him, "Didn't that old man arrange another room for you? Why are you here?" If those old men knew that they were alone in the middle of the night, he would definitely go out and nag. It would not matter if he was misunderstood. Most importantly, Chu Iran was a virgin. It wouldn't be good if her reputation was ruined. Then, after a casual chat with Chu Iran, Xiao Changtian called her away in a kind tone. After sending Chu Iran off, Xiao Changtian returned to his room. Seeing this stone bed, Xiao Changtian was speechless. This thing was so uncomfortable to sleep on. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian took out a blanket from his interspatial ring and placed it on the bed. This bed is a little big. Most of the beds in the Imperial Beast sect were designed for a person and a beast. For Xiao Changtian's blanket, it was naturally bigger. However, Xiao Changtian didn't do anything else. He still had to continue looking for spoons tomorrow. Thinking so, Xiao Changtian also laid down on the bed. Not long after Xiao Changtian laid down, a light flashed outside his cave. A woman's figure slowly appeared. The woman was dressed in red, and her long hair was tied into a bun. When he arrived at Xiao Changtian's room, he seemed a little nervous. He looked into the room through the crack in the door. "Isn't this not good? Father said that we have to leave a good impression on others. If we were to peek and get caught, wouldn't that be a mess?" The woman stood in front of Xiao Changtian's door again and muttered a few words. Chapter 428. Chapter 428. Senior, I don't understand either one. Chapter 428. Senior, I don't understand either one. Imperial Beast Gate. The woman stood outside Xiao Changtian's room and looked at him while clutching her clothes. Then, he seemed to have made up his mind. He held a black stone in his hand and slowly pressed it on the door of Xiao Changtian's room. Then, he reached out and pushed the door gently. The door of Xiao Changtian's room slowly opened. The woman walked into the room with light footsteps. After looking around the room, the woman also noticed Xiao Changtian lying on the bed. At this moment, Alpha, who was beside Xiao Changtian's bed, opened his eyes. When he saw this woman, his dog eyes slowly opened. He stood up from the ground and stared at the woman. "Aha!" The woman couldn't help but shout when she saw the fierce Alpha in front of her. He could not help but take a few steps back. Hearing the woman's voice, Xiao Changtian woke up from his bed. Sitting up from the bed, Xiao Changtian also saw the woman who suddenly appeared in his room. Seeing this woman, Xiao Changtian frowned. What was wrong with these old men? Why did they have a woman in their room? And he did it without anyone noticing. "You are." Xiao Changtian walked down from the bed and said to the woman. Alpha saw Xiao Changtian get out of bed and slowly came to his feet. "Strong, the sect master asked me to come and find you." When the woman saw Xiao Changtian, she was also a little frightened and stuttered when she spoke. He heard from his father that this might be the #1 expert in the divine realm. Sect master. Xiao Changtian understood what she meant. He also knew that this woman was arranged by those old men. Then, Xiao Changtian slowly said to the woman, "I know. I'm asking, what's your name and what are you doing here?" Seeing how approachable Xiao Changtian was, the woman slowly put away the nervousness in her heart. After calming her inner breath, the woman slowly said to Xiao Changtian, "My daughter's name is Xiao Qianqian. I'm here to serve senior." As she spoke, Xiao Qianqian's face turned slightly red. "Serve me?" Xiao Changtian was stunned when he heard Xiao Qianqian's words. Looking at the shy appearance of this woman, it was obvious that she had never seen any strangers before. It was obvious that the old man had raised her at home. It was obvious that this old man had learned from the cultivation sects to ask her to come and serve him. Xiao Changtian had more or less heard of it when he came to the cultivation world. Those immortal cultivation sects treated their guests very extravagantly, with maids serving them and delicacies. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian slowly said to Xiao Qianqian, "Your father asked you to come, right?" Since you're here, let's talk. At this moment, Xiao Changtian also stretched. He had just been woken up by Xiao Qianqian, so he was no longer sleepy. Since this woman was here, he would chat with her or something. If he chased this woman away now, that old man would definitely nag nonstop. After hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Xiao Qianqian's face turned slightly red as she said softly, "I'll listen to Senior's arrangements." Hearing Xiao Qianqian's words, Xiao Changtian also stood up and walked towards the window of his room. At the same time, a series of knocking sounds came from the door of the room. "Senior, did something happen?" Hearing the knocking on the door, Xiao Changtian nodded at Xiao Qianqian. Then, Xiao Qianqian walked towards the door of the room. He slowly opened the door and saw Chu Yiren. "Senior." The moment the door opened, Chu Yiren's voice could be heard. Then Chu Yiren caught sight of Xiao Qianqian, and her face froze as well. "And you are?" Chu Yiren remembered that when she left Xiao Changtian's room, she hadn't seen Xiao Qianqian. Why had he only left for a short while? There was now a woman in Senior's room. Could it be? Chu Yiren instantly thought of a possibility and walked into the room. Xiao Qianqian watched as Chu Yiren walked straight into the room. Xiao Changtian didn't seem to care. From the looks of it, this woman and Senior were very familiar with each other. Seeing Chu Yiren's back, Xiao Qianqian suddenly compared herself to her. Pushing out her chest, Xiao Qianqian also followed. No, when he came, his father had said that he had to communicate more with the seniors. Seeing Chu Yiren walk over to his side, Xiao Changtian also held a stone box in his hand. When he saw Chu Yiren and Xiao Qianqian, Xiao Changtian said to them slowly, "If you can't sleep, come and play together." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Changtian walked towards the stone table. Chu Yiren, this girl, had also looked energetic when she left earlier. It was obvious that he couldn't fall asleep. Coincidentally, the game he made himself could be played by a few people. Chu Yiren and Xiao Qianqian saw Xiao Changtian sitting at the stone table. They did not want to give way to each other. They came to the two sides of the stone table and sat down in a chair. "Come, let me tell you how to play this." Xiao Changtian slowly opened the stone box in his hand and took out a map and a chess piece. That's right, Xiao Changtian saw these black stones when he came here today. Although these stones were not comfortable to sleep on, they were good materials for making chess pieces. Today, Xiao Changtian was bored in his room, so he made the flying chess pieces. When Xiao Qianqian saw the flying chess piece, she was also surprised. When she saw the dice in Xiao Changtian's hand, Xiao Qianqian's face turned red. Previously, when she went to Yihong restaurant to carry out her mission, she saw that the people inside were all playing dice games. Could it be that Senior has the same hobby as those people in the Happy Red Pavilion? Chu Yiren didn't know what was going on. She turned to Xiao Changtian and asked in surprise, "Senior, how do we play this?" As she spoke, Chu Yiren glanced at Xiao Qianqian. Xiao Qianqian came to Xiao Changtian's room in the middle of the night. What good could it be? However, she was here to seduce Senior. He could not let her scheme succeed. Although he wasn't worthy of the Senior, Xiao Qianqian was worse than him. With that thought in mind, Chu Yiren's gaze swept over Xiao Qianqian. Compared to his own. At this moment, Xiao Changtian rolled the die in his hand. "I'll go first and explain the rules. Senior, please speak." "Senior, you don't quite understand this. Can you tell me?" Xiao Qianqian said slowly to Xiao Changtian, when he was halfway through his sentence. Chu Yiren was stunned when she saw Xiao Changtian's expression. As expected, he was here to flirt with Senior. At this moment, Chu Yiren was also looking at Xiao Changtian, saying sweetly, "Senior, I don't understand either. Tell me about it." Xiao Changtian was speechless when he saw Xiao Qianqian and Chu Yiren's faces almost touching his. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to play today. Chapter 429. Chapter 429. Losing? Wait, we already become in-laws with Senior. Chapter 429. Losing? Wait, we already become in-laws with Senior. Divine Realm. At the foot of the Imperial Beast Sex Mountain. A large group of people slowly walked out from the forest. They were the various factions of the Great Jin Empire that had come to divide the Imperial Beast sect. Shen Zhong's figure stood in midair. Beside him stood Mo Shu, the Yang Qi Holy Lord, and the Yin Qi Holy Lord. The four of them had all reached the peak of the God Emperor realm, and were only one step away from advancing to the God Emperor realm. At this moment, Shen Zhong looked at the direction of the Imperial Beast Gate on the mountain, and slowly said to the people below, "Everyone, follow me to the Imperial Beast sect." President Shun waved his arm, and took the lead to fly toward Fang. "Kill them." 1. Seeing Shen Zhong take the lead, the cultivators behind him also let out waves of shouts. Following behind Shen Zhong, they followed the mountain path to attack the Imperial Beast sect. At this moment, a few light screens descended from the sky. Bang! 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 The light screen hit the mountain path, and those cultivators who wanted to rush up the mountain were immediately sent flying. Some of them didn't even have the chance to scream before blood splattered on the spot. The light screen dissipated, and a few figures appeared in front of the cultivators below. They were Xiao En and the elders of the major beast taming sect. When Shen Zhong and the others arrived at the territory of the School of Imperial Beasts, Shan had already received the news. The reason why he had placed them here was to capture them all in one fell swoop. As long as they destroyed this group of people in front of them, the Imperial Beast sect would not be in any danger in the great desolate immortal continent in the future. "It's Shan. A cultivator from the Great Jin Empire looked at Xiaoan with fear. When he saw his dead comrades on the ground, he involuntarily took a few steps back. The name Xiaoan was a forbidden term in the great desolate immortal continent. Back then, when the School of Imperial Beasts entered the great desolate immortal continent, Xiaoan's name was the nightmare of many forces in the immortal continent. At that moment, a golden chain of light shot toward Shan and the others. "Everyone, don't be afraid. This Xiaoan, the stone path has already been damaged." Shen Zhong was the first to attack Xiaoan, raising the morale of the cultivators below. Shan looked at the incoming chains and waved his sleeve. The chains scattered in the air. At this moment, Shen Zhong slowly said to the three people beside him, "Everyone, since you're here, hurry up and attack." Hearing Shen Zhong's words, the Yin Qi Holy Lord, Yang Qi Holy Lord, and Mo Shu released their auras. His figure attacked the direction of the Imperial Beast Gate. "Thieves, come and die!" Seeing the sacred Lord Yang Qi and the others attack, the few sect of Imperial Beasts elders also flew out. He was entangled with them. The disciples of the School of Imperial Beasts, who had been waiting at the mountain gate, were also fighting with the cultivators of the alliance below. They all knew that the real deciding factor of this duel was the battle between the few people in the sky. They only looked at each other from afar, and did not make a move. In midair, Shen Zhong held a stone clock in his hand and looked at Xiaoan, who was opposite him. With a smile on his face, he slowly said, "Shan, where's your black eagle? If you don't call it out, I'm afraid you'll lose today." Although Xiaoan's cultivation was at the godly emperor realm, he did not have a mount. His strength was also similar to the God Emperor realm, but Shenzhen was confident that he had the ancestral artifact of the sect. It would not be a problem for him to deal with Shan. Today, their great Jin Empire would regain control of the great desolate immortal continent. With this thought in mind, Shen Zhong's attack on Xiao En became even more fierce. The people below watched the battle in the sky. A moment later, a guard from the Great Jin dynasty saw Xiaoan flying in the sky. "Look, His Highness has defeated Shan." As the voice fell, everyone saw Shan's figure slowly descend from the sky. Bang! Xiaoan's body smashed into the middle of the School of Imperial Beasts disciples. Sect Master. When the Imperial Beast sect's elder saw that his sect master had been defeated, he shouted in Xiaoan's direction. Following that, the Yang Qi Holy Lord and the Yin Qi Holy Lord seized the moment when the sect of Imperial Beasts elder was in a daze. The elders of the School of Imperial Beasts were knocked to the ground. Following that, Shen Zhong, the Holy Lord of Yang Qi, and the others stood in the sky. He looked at the disciples of the Imperial Beast sect below with a sharp gaze. It seemed that the information they received was correct. Shan's Black Eagle had already been taken by that young senior. Moreover, the Imperial Beast sect did not have a good relationship with that senior. Otherwise, he would have helped Shan when he landed. At this time, Shan and a few elders of the School of Imperial Beasts also slowly stood up from the ground. Shaoan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Shenzhong, who was about to attack again, and waved his hand. Wait, Shenzhong, if you attack again, you have to consider the consequences. The stone bell in Shenzhong's hand was already ready to move, but when he heard Shaoan's words he smiled. Oh, what else do I have to consider now? Hearing Shenzhong's words, Shaoan also smiled. To tell you the truth, you know that young senior is in our Imperial Beast sect. If you attack again, you have to consider that senior's attack. When Shenzhong heard Shaoan's words, he also laughed out loud. Shaoan, don't bluff me. Do you think I don't know the relationship between your School of Imperial Beasts and that senior? I think that senior should be happy that I destroyed your Imperial Beast sect. It might have been the same as you said before, but it's different now. We've already become in-laws with senior. At that moment, Shan also revealed a piece of important news. In-laws? Shenzhong asked when he saw Shaoan's confident expression. That's right. Xiao Qianqian from the School of Imperial Beasts has already become senior's concubine last night. Last night, Shaoan had been paying attention to Xiao Changtian's room. He naturally did not dare to talk about the situation in the room. However, Xiao Qianqian didn't leave her senior's room last night. This could only mean that senior was very satisfied with his arrangements. Although there was another woman in senior's room, that was not important. Shenzhong's expression changed when he heard what Shaoan said. Yang Qi Holy Lord, Yin Qi Holy Lord, and Mo Shu, and the others looked at each other. The reason why they came here to attack the School of Imperial Beasts was because the School of Imperial Beasts had provoked that young senior. If the School of Imperial Beasts were to cling onto the young senior's thigh, they would be bolder. They didn't dare to mess around anymore. The cultivators below did not hear the conversation between Shaoan and Shenzhong. They slowly said to each other, "What's wrong with your highness? Why isn't she making a move?" I don't know. Could it be that Shan is really invincible, and that his highness is afraid of him? And why did the ancestor and the others stop? The voice of the cultivator below also entered Shenzhong's ears. Shenzhong looked at Shaoan in front of him and exhaled. He seemed to have made a decision. Chapter 430, Chapter 430. It's useless no matter who comes? L. Chapter 430. It's useless no matter who comes? L. Great Desolate Immortal Continent, Imperial Beast Sect. Shenzhong looked at Shaoan in front of him. The stone bell in his hand flashed with golden light, and his eyes kept changing. They had already come this far, and it was impossible for them to back down. So what if you and that young senior become in-laws? It doesn't matter who comes today. As he spoke, Shenzhong also controlled the stone clock in his hand to attack Shaoan and the others. At the same time, in Xiao Changtian's room, Xiao Qianqian lay on the table and slowly woke up. The fight outside the mountain gate had naturally attracted her attention. Xiao Qianqian slowly stood up from her seat and walked towards Xiao Changtian. Senior, something has happened. Xiao Changtian slowly opened his eyes as Xiao Qianqian patted him on the shoulder. Last night, they had played flying chess all night long, and he was still a little groggy. Hearing Xiao Qianqian shout, Xiao Changtian slowly said to him, "What's wrong? What happened?" At this moment, Xiao Qianqian also pointed outside the room. Outside. Xiao Changtian looked in the direction Xiao Qianqian was pointing and slowly stood up from his seat. Walking to the door, Xiao Changtian opened it and stuck his head out. Nothing happened. As he spoke, Xiao Changtian also looked at Alpha. "Don't you think so, Alpha?" Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Xiao Qianqian was also a little anxious. Now that the sect was in trouble, why did Senior say that nothing happened? Her father was still outside. Anxious, Xiao Qianqian also saw Alpha slowly get up and bark a few times in front of him. Woof woof woof. Look, Alpha agrees too. Xiao Changtian saw Alpha barking and turned to Xiao Qianqian. Then he stretched his body. Since Xiao Qianqian had woken him up, Xiao Changtian naturally couldn't go back to sleep. At this time, he should plan to go to the forest to find Scoop. At that moment, outside the Imperial Beast sect, Xiao En looked at Shen Zhong, who was charging at him. He also straightened his body. He now believed that as long as Xiao Qianqian succeeded, there was no reason for Senior to not save them. Shen Zhong's attack was close at hand. At this time a bark also passed through. Everyone only heard a series of barking sounds before Shen Zhong's attack disappeared into thin air. It was as if it had never been used. At this moment, Shen Zhong also looked around. Could it be that the Imperial Beast sect had really become in-laws with that young senior? Who is it? Why don't you come out and meet me? Shen Zhong's gaze swept across the surroundings as he spoke slowly. However, no one responded to him. At this moment, the elders of the School of Imperial Beasts were overjoyed. They weren't unfamiliar with the bark just now. It was the bark of Senior Heaven-swallowing dog that they had heard. This meant that the sect master's in-laws were not bluffing. Their School of Imperial Beasts had now clung onto Senior Heaven-swallowing dog's thigh. On the other hand, the people from the Great Jin Empire were all puzzled. They did not understand why Shen Zhong's attack was dissolved out of thin air. When Shen Zhong saw that there was no response to his roar, he said slowly to the Yangqi Sacred Lord, and the others beside him, "Brother Yang, Brother Yin, Brother Mo, let's attack together." As soon as he finished speaking, the Yangqi Holy Lord, Yinqi Holy Lord, Mo Shu, and the others looked at each other. They all understood that they had no way out. The true essence in his body slowly gathered. For a time, strange phenomena constantly appeared above the four of them. An orange dragon slowly appeared above the Yangqi Sacred Lord's head. The orange dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. With a roar, it wanted to attack Shan and the others. Above Sacred Lord Yinqi's head, an ice phoenix was faintly discernible, and it let out a loud cry. Small hailstones appeared in the surrounding air. Runes slowly appeared on the stone bell in Shen Zhong's hand, and a huge figure slowly appeared behind him. The figure was wearing golden armor and holding a halberd. His body carried endless fighting spirit. The sky above Mo Shu was completely covered by a dark cloud, and not a single ray of light could be seen. It was as if a black cloud was pressing down on the city. Looking at the might displayed by Shen Zhong and the other three, the disciples of the School of Imperial Beasts trembled slightly. Even the second elder of the School of Imperial Beasts could not help but take out a voice transmission jade pendant. "Qian is Senior coming over? Father is in a bit of trouble." They had been hit by Shen Zhong and the others before, so they were more or less injured. He definitely couldn't withstand the attacks of the four of them. In Xiao Changtian's room, Xiao Qianqian saw the voice transmission jade pendant on her waist light up. She also injected her true essence into it. Then, the words of the second elder of the School of Imperial Beasts sounded in her mind. Hearing her father's anxious voice, Xiao Qianqian came to Xiao Changtian's side once again. "Senior, it's not good. My father is in trouble. You should hurry over and take a look." Xiao Changtian was currently drawing on the stone table. Every morning, Xiao Changtian couldn't stay awake immediately, so he used painting to make himself energetic. Hearing Xiao Qianqian's words, Xiao Changtian also handed the scroll in his hand to her. "Take this. We'll go over and take a look now." Xiao Changtian wasn't surprised that this old man had met with an accident. Xiao Changtian also remembered that when he first came here yesterday, he also found him in the forest. The painting that he had just made was also prepared for that old man. He didn't know if the old man was interested in calligraphy, but he had spent a night with him for free. He had to leave something for him. After all, that old man didn't seem to have it easy. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Xiao Qianqian felt anxious. "Senior, I'll go over first." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Qianqian also ran out. Xiao Changtian looked in the direction where Xiao Qianqian had left and spread his hands. He understood. After all, something had happened to his family, so it was normal for him to be anxious. Then, Xiao Changtian waved at Alpha beside him. Alpha, let's go together. With that, Xiao Changtian led Alpha in the direction Xiao Qianqian had left. Outside the Imperial Beast door, Shen Zhong and the other three looked at Xiao In and the others with a crazed expression. Shan, disappear with your Imperial Beast gate. Along with this voice, Shen Zhong also threw the attack above his head at Xiao In and the others. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The attacks of Shen Zhong and the others carried an invincible might. Wherever it passed, the space shattered, and everything turned into nothingness. Everyone, don't panic. Shan looked at the incoming power and shouted. At the same time, a crisp female voice sounded in everyone's ears. Stop. Chapter 431, Chapter 431, Xiao Qianqian's Might 1. Chapter 431, Xiao Qianqian's Might 1. Divine Realm Beast Taming Sect. Xiao Qianqian's figure slowly appeared at the entrance of the Imperial Beast Sect. He looked at the giant dragon, the Ice Phoenix, Dark Cloud, and the War Emperor above the mountain gate. Xiao Qianqian's face was also solemn. She felt a suffocating aura from them. When Xiao In saw Xiao Qianqian at the mountain gate, his face lit up with joy. Everyone, don't panic. Senior will be here soon. Since Xiao Qianqian was here, it meant that Senior wasn't far away. Hearing Xiao In's voice again, the disciples of the School of Imperial Beasts looked at him and calmed down a little. Xiao Qianqian looked at the attack that was about to hit Xiao In and the others, then looked behind her. Xiao Qianqian couldn't see Xiao Changtian's figure, so she thought of what Xiao Changtian had said to her before she left the room. Write that calligraphy. With this thought in mind, Xiao Qianqian took out the calligraphy. Putting the calligraphy in her hand, Xiao Qianqian spread it out. Then, a golden light appeared from the painting. Roar, roar, roar. Roars slowly sounded between heaven and earth. Next, a 9-headed lion with the aura of an emperor slowly appeared beside Xiao Qianqian. As soon as the 9-headed lion phantom appeared, it attacked the giant dragon and the Ice Phoenix. Look, there seems to be a giant golden beast, the 9-headed lion. The commotion that Xiao Qianqian created naturally attracted the attention of the Great Jin dynasty. How is that possible? Didn't she just take a piece of calligraphy? How can she suddenly have such power? That's right. Doesn't the School of Imperial Beasts cultivate the path of beast taming? Why would there be a calligraphy master? For a moment, the Great Jin Empire looked at Xiao Qianqian with fear. The appearance of a calligraphy master in the School of Imperial Beasts was an important piece of news. Look, there's also the Azure Sky Divine Ox, the White Python Divine Tiger. A cultivator from the Great Jin dynasty saw several other divine beasts appearing around Xiao Qianqian. His voice was trembling. In midair, Shen Zhong also looked in the direction of the monkey Xiao Qianqian. More and more demonic beasts came over from Xiao Qianqian's side. Their attacks had already shown signs of dissipating. Damn it! How can the Imperial Beast sect still have such an expert? Shen Zhong looked at Xiao Qianqian, his eyes filled with confusion. Where did this painting of yours come from? The Yangqi Holy Lord looked at Xiao Qianqian and shouted. They knew that there was a young senior in the Imperial Beast sect, who was extremely powerful. However, according to the information, that senior was accompanied by a heaven-swallowing dog. From the looks of it, she was wearing the uniform of the School of Imperial Beasts. She should be an ordinary disciple of the School of Imperial Beasts. How could he be a calligraphy master? When Xiao In and the others saw that Shen Zhong and the others were about to be defeated, they kept smiling. It seemed that Xiao Qianqian had satisfied Senior, and he had even given her to him as a treasure. With Xiao In's eyesight, he could see the value of the painting. Even if he was at his peak, he might not be able to block it. Very quickly, under Xiao Qianqian's control, Shen Zhong and the others spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Bang! 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 Shen Zhong and the others fell to the ground and made a sound. The Great Jin Empire's disciples saw their leader fall to the ground and be defeated. However, Xiao Qianqian's remaining beast showed no signs of dissipating. His face was also filled with fear as he began to retreat. The school of imperial beasts is invincible, invincible. Some disciples said this, and then began to run back. Where are you running to? Xiao Qianqian shouted coldly, when she saw the cultivators from the great Jin Empire fleeing. Then, the divine beasts beside her directly attacked them. Ah! 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 Screams of pain rang out in front of the imperial beast gate. Very quickly, under Xiao Qianqian's assault, the disciples of the great Jin Empire were all defeated. In front of the imperial beast sect, it became empty again. Xiao Qianqian looked at the divine beasts that had returned to the calligraphy, and her face was filled with shock. He kept the painting and placed it on his body. Before she left the room, Xiao Changtian asked her to bring some paintings. At that time, she had not realized what it meant. After all, when she told Xiao Changtian that something happened to her father, she knew what she meant when she said that the senior would paint for her. Only now did he understand that senior had everything under his control. At that moment, Xiaowen brought a few elders of the school of imperial beasts to Xiao Qianqian. Qianer, did senior give you that painting just now? Xiaowen walked up to Xiao Qianqian and spoke to her first. Yes, yes. When Xiao Qianqian heard Xiaowen's words, she nodded at him. Xiaowen was delighted to see Xiao Qianqian nod her head in confirmation. It seemed like Xiao Qianqian and senior were already very close. At this time, Shang continued to ask. Then last night, how did you and senior do? Did you do that? Hearing Xiaowen's words, Xiao Qianqian slowly opened her mouth and was about to say something. An elder of the school of imperial beasts bowed behind him. Senior. Xiao Qianqian turned around and saw Xiao Changtian and Alpha walking to their side. At this moment, Xiaowen also made a gesture to Xiao Qianqian. He motioned for him to accompany Xiao Changtian. Xiao Changtian came to the front of the crowd and slowly said to them, All of you are here. I thought something had happened. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Xiaowen hurriedly responded. With senior here, how could anything happen? Hearing Xiaowen's words, Xiao Changtian waved his hand. He took it that the old man was complimenting him, and then he slowly said, All right, old man, I'm leaving soon. I want to go to the forest. Xiaowen was stunned when he heard Xiao Changtian's words. Logically speaking, since the senior had just gotten a new lover, shouldn't he stay in the imperial beast sect for a few more days? However, thinking about it, it made sense. Xiao Qianqian's status and strength were low, after all, so it was understandable that the senior would throw her away after using her. As for what Xiao Changtian wanted to do in the forest, Xiaowen would not ask if Xiao Changtian would tell him. With this thought in mind, Xiaowen nodded at Xiao Changtian. All right, senior. While Xiaowen and Xiao Changtian were conversing, Chuiren's figure slowly approached them from afar. She was quite tired after playing flying chess all night last night. When he woke up, he realized that Xiao Changtian and Xiao Qianqian were not in the room. He also walked out in a hurry. At this moment, Chuiren came to Xiao Changtian's side and said something to him. Senior, don't call me when you leave the place. As she spoke, Chuiren glanced at Xiao Qianqian. He looked as if he was afraid that Xiao Changtian and Xiao Qianqian would go out and do something. Xiao Changtian smiled at Chuiren's words. All right, let's continue looking for the spoon. Chapter 432, Chapter 432. Sure enough, Senior doesn't fancy these. Chapter 432. Sure enough, Senior doesn't fancy these. Things 1. God World. In front of the mountain gate of the School of Imperial Beasts. Xiao En and a group of School of Imperial Beasts elders stood at the entrance of the mountain. Hearing that Xiao Changtian was about to leave, Xiao En also walked forward. Senior, please wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Shang clapped his hands. Moo, moo, moo. Following the sound of a cow's cry, Xiao Changtian also saw the mountain path. An old man was leading a green-yellow-skinned old bull, as he slowly walked towards them. Behind Old Cow was a cart made of black stone. "Old man, what are you doing?" Xiao Changtian said to Xiaoen slowly when he saw the sect elder. Xiaoen heard Xiao Changtian's words and quickly explained. "Senior, you gave Chantian such a precious gift. Please accept this cow and cart." As he spoke, the elder of the school of imperial beasts also came to Xiao Changtian. "Senior, this bull has a bad temper, so it was delayed." The elder of the school of imperial beasts who was leading the cow was also sweating. Then, as if he was worried that Xiao Changtian wouldn't be satisfied, he continued. "But senior, don't worry. This cow is quite good at traveling." When the green bull appeared, the disciples of the imperial beast sect looked a little frightened. Why did fourth elder let this guy out? I remember that he caused a ruckus in the sect last time. That's right. It's said that the blue sky yellow ox has a trace of the bloodline of an ancient divine beast in its body, and is extremely difficult to tame. Even the sect master failed back then. I wonder what kind of disaster it will bring this time. The sect master and the others wanted to give it to Senior. With Senior around, what else can this old bull do? Yes. Only someone like Senior is worthy of his status. The disciples of the school of imperial beasts were all talking at once. It was obvious that they were very surprised by the appearance of the green sky yellow ox. When Xiao Changtian heard the conversation between Xiao En and the sect of imperial beasts, he also looked at the green sky yellow ox and the black carriage in front of him. Xiao Changtian looked at them, not knowing what to say. This old bull was obviously used by the old man and the others to farm for a living. If he took this old bull away, what would the old man and the others do in the future? With Xiao Changtian's eyesight, he could see that the car behind him was made of the same material as the stone bed in the room before. He had slept on the stone bed before, and it was very uncomfortable to sit on it. Xiaoen saw Xiao Changtian's hesitant expression. "Senior, is there a problem? If it doesn't work, I'll change it." Seeing Xiao Changtian's hesitant expression, Xiaoen was a little flustered. This green sky yellow ox was one of the highest level demonic beasts in their school of imperial beasts. Originally, Shan had wanted to bring it to his senior to use as a mount. And the car behind it was built overnight by Shan. It was all made of black stone, so there was no need to mention the benefits it had for cultivation. Now, it seemed that senior was not very satisfied. At this time, Xiao Changtian also walked to Xiaoen's side and put his arm around his shoulder. "Old man, I appreciate your kindness, but I really don't need these." Xiao Changtian patted Xiaoen's back as he spoke. Xiao En and the sect of imperial beasts elders behind him were disappointed when they heard Xiao Changtian's words. As expected, Senior doesn't care about these things. However, thinking about it, it made sense. With Senior's strength, the divine beast heaven-swallowing dog was his pet. Why would he take a fancy to this green sky yellow ox that only had a little divine beast bloodline? If this continued, it would not be good if it caused Senior to be disgusted. At this time, Xiaoen also gave Xiao Changtian a fist hug. "I will listen to Senior's arrangements." Xiao Changtian saw Xiaoen's expression and waved at him. "Old man, why are you so polite?" As he spoke, Xiao Changtian waved at Chu Iren. Then he led Chu Iren down the mountain. In front of the mountain gate, Xiaoen looked at Xiao Changtian's back and sighed. Although Xiao Changtian didn't accept their gifts, he was still on good terms with Xiao Qianqian. In the future, if the Imperial Beast sect had any trouble, they would have another backer. At this time, Xiao Qianqian stood beside Xiao En and watched Xiao Changtian leave. She sighed. "Sigh. I wonder when I can play flying chess with Senior again." Hearing Xiao Qianqian's words, the second elder of the school of imperial beasts also came to her side. He placed his hand on Xiao Qianqian's shoulder. "Qianer, it doesn't matter. Like Senior." "Wait, what did you just say, flying chess?" Before the second elder of the school of imperial beasts could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Xiaoen. Xiao Qianqian nodded slowly when she saw Xiaoen suddenly turn around and look at her. "That's right, sect master. I played flying chess with Senior for the entire night last night." Hearing Xiao Qianqian's words, the second elder of the school of imperial beasts asked, "What is a flying chess piece? Didn't you do it with Senior last night?" Hearing her father's words, Xiao Qianqian's face reddened slightly. She understood that her father and the others had misunderstood. Flying chess is a game that Senior created himself. Nothing happened between Senior and me last night. When Xiao En heard Xiao Qianqian's words, he covered his face and exhaled slowly through his nostrils. The other elders of the school of imperial beasts were even more stunned and at a loss. "Quick, tell those disciples who haven't set off to come back." Xiao En pointed at an elder from the school of imperial beasts and said slowly, "In a small town in the great desolate immortal continent." This was the nearest town to the imperial beast sect, and it was also the relay station set up by the imperial beast sect. Usually, those cultivators who admired the imperial beast sect and wanted to join. Cultivators who wanted to know all kinds of news about the imperial beast sect would gather here. At this moment, the restaurants, inns and lofts in the small town were all full. During this period of time, the Great Jin Empire, the Yangqi Holy Land, the Yinqi Holy Land, and the Night Walk sect had joined forces to attack the imperial beast sect, becoming the hottest topic in the great desolate immortal continent. Countless cultivators gathered here to get first-hand information. After all, this was related to the power structure of the great desolate immortal continent in the future. In a restaurant, a few cultivators were sitting at a wooden table, chatting and laughing. The latest news is that the Great Jin Empire led by Shen Zhong has been completely defeated and is currently fleeing. Shen Zhong himself was seriously injured. When someone saw him coming down from the Imperial Beast Gate, his entire body was covered in blood. He probably didn't have long to live. A cultivator wearing a light yellow coat said slowly with a piece of meat in his hand. Hearing this cultivator's words, someone on the wooden table immediately responded. "Really? Then it seems that the Imperial Beast sect still won. Didn't they say that Shen Zhong and the others would win this time?" From the looks of it now, the Imperial Beast sect still has a deep foundation. No. At this moment, the cultivator in the light yellow shirt shook his head. Chapter 433. Chapter 433. That scene could be said to be avoided by. Chapter 433. That scene could be said to be avoided by. Heaven and earth, and fearful by ghosts and gods. 1. Great desolate immortal continent, small town restaurant. The cultivator at the table saw the yellow-robed cultivator shake his head and asked, "Oh, what do you mean? Do you know anything else?" "Yeah, tell me quickly. Don't hide it." Hearing everyone's voices, the cultivator in the light yellow shirt knocked on the table and stretched out his palm. "What? You actually want to charge us? Do you still treat us as friends?" Seeing the yellow-robed cultivator's actions, everyone understood and said, "It's useless to say more. No matter what, I risked my life to get this information." The yellow-robed cultivator ignored everyone's reaction and slowly replied. At this moment, a chinquan bag flew towards the yellow-robed cultivator. Whoosh! The yellow-robed cultivator grabbed the chinquan bag and checked it. Then he looked up and saw a white-haired old man and a cloaked man looking at him at the table next door. "Tell me everything you know." "All right, sir." The yellow-robed cultivator looked at them with a smile. Then he stood up and walked to their side. He slowly said to them, "It is said that the reason why Shen Zhong was injured was because of that young senior who lives in the Imperial Beast sect. At that time, Shen Zhong and the other three wanted to kill Xiao En. And at this moment, that young senior directly tore through the air from the Imperial Beast Gate. That scene can be said to be avoided by heaven and earth, and feared by ghosts and gods. With just a casual casting, countless divine beasts appeared and attacked Shen Zhong and the others. Then Shen Zhong and the others were directly defeated, and could only flee in panic. Hearing this, the cultivator at the table also questioned. "Nonsense, I clearly heard that it was Xiao Qianqian from the school of Imperial Beasts." "Xiao Qianqian? At most he was just a deity emperor. How could he possibly repel Shen Zhong? They all. Don't even think about it. Do you think that all those as young as senior are experts?" The yellow-robed cultivator was speechless and didn't reply. At this point, the yellow-robed cultivator revealed a reverent gaze. This time my brothers and I came here to meet that young senior. An existence like that young senior is really a role model for my generation. When the white-haired old man heard the yellow-robed cultivator's words, he also used his chopsticks to knock on his plate. All right, what else do you know about that young senior? How is his relationship with the Imperial Beast sect? The yellow-robed cultivator continued to speak slowly when he heard the white-haired old man's words. That young senior did not have a good relationship with the Imperial Beast sect at the beginning. However, after Xiao In saw his strength, he directly took out the green sky yellow ox in his sect and offered it to Senior. That was why Senior was allowed to stay in his Imperial Beast sect. At this moment, the few female cultivators who had been silent all this time also became infatuated. I really want to meet that Senior. I've always liked men who conquer others with their strength. As she spoke, the female cultivator covered her face with her hands. Is there anything else? The cloaked man finished the last piece of meat on the plate and spoke for the first time. There's nothing else for the time being, two masters. The yellow-robed cultivator thought for a moment and slowly said. Then, the cloaked man stood up from his seat and walked out. The white-haired old man also carried the bamboo basket on his back and followed him out. After exiting the restaurant, the cloaked man slowly said to the white-haired old man beside him. Medicine Sovereign, what do you think about that young senior? That's right. The white-haired old man beside the cloaked man was one of the 10 great generals of the Divine Court, the Medicine Sovereign. As for the cloaked man, he was naturally one of Tion's avatars that was lost in the Divine Realm. The Medicine Sovereign found a straw from somewhere and held it in his mouth. He slowly spoke to the cloaked man. Master, we can't not believe what that person said, and we can't completely believe it. At least on the surface, Xiao In has some godly emperor cultivation. Shen, Zhong and the others have also reached the level of a half-step godly emperor. To be able to repel 4 lesser godly emperors, one's cultivation must be at least at the godly emperor realm. Moreover, he can make the Imperial Beast sect treat him with courtesy. According to my guess, he might have the cultivation of a peak emperor god. Hearing Yao Huang's words, the cloaked man nodded. It seems that during the years when the Divine Court disappeared, the Divine Realm really has many talents. Peak Godly Emperor was on the same level as him at his peak. However, I hope he won't get into a conflict with us this time. The cloaked man muttered to himself. Don't worry, my lord. We must obtain the heaven-suppressing spoon. The Medicine Sovereign will not let anyone take it. As he spoke, Medicine Emperor spat out the straw in his mouth onto the ground. The straw fell to the ground and turned into ashes. At the same time, Xiao Changtian and Chu Yiren entered the forest after leaving the School of Imperial Beasts. Hachio! Hachio! Xiao Changtian had sneezed countless times today. Rubbing his nose, Xiao Changtian turned to Chu Yiren and said slowly, Yiren, do you remember anything? Have you found the location of the spoon? Chu Yiren was currently surveying the surroundings. When she heard Xiao Changtian's words, she slowly responded. Senior, it should be in front. On the way, Chu Yiren slowly said to Xiao Changtian. Senior Feng, why didn't you sell that head of yours just now? In Chu Yiren's opinion, Xiao Changtian had been enjoying the hot pot in the courtyard recently, and the Qingtian yellow ox was a good ingredient. Hearing Chu Yiren's words, Xiao Changtian smiled at her and said, I don't usually accept gifts from others. This girl must be wondering why the old man was so enthusiastic about giving the cow to her. However, that was the foundation of their survival. What would he do if he wanted someone else? Moreover, it was unreasonable for him to nag and accept gifts from others. Chu Yiren's face lit up when she heard Xiao Changtian's words. Senior didn't accept gifts from others casually. A while ago, he accepted the refrigerator he made himself. It seemed that he still had a certain place in Senior's heart. At the thought of this, the sense of danger Chu Yiren felt because of Xiao Changtian started to dissipate. As they spoke, Chuiren brought Xiao Changtian to a cave. When they arrived before the cave, a green light flashed across Chuiren's eyes. Senior, the spoon should be in there. Chuiren pointed at the cave, speaking slowly to Xiao Changtian. Chapter 434, Chapter 434, Yi Tian Flees 1. Chapter 434, Yi Tian Flees 1. Great Desolate Immortal Continent Imperial Beast Sect. In the Imperial Beast Sect's dungeon, Yi Tian was lying on the ground. Her clothes were all stuck to various stolen goods, and she was no longer as gorgeous as before. At this moment, a guard of the Imperial Beast Gate arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. Hey, it's time to eat. The guard held a plate in his hand and looked at Yi Tian. Time to eat, did you hear me? Seeing that Yi Tian was ignoring him, the guard called out once more. Seeing that Yi Tian didn't react, the guard placed the plate on the ground. I'll leave it here. It's none of my business if it dies. After placing the plate on the ground, the guard walked away. As immortal cultivators, they could have abstained from eating. However, the chains inside the Imperial Beast Gate's dungeon could seal a person's acupuncture points, preventing them from circulating their true essence. At this time, if he did not eat to replenish himself, there was a possibility of losing his life. The guard came to his partner and sat down at the table. One of his companions slowly said to him, "Why? Our former holy son doesn't want to eat. God knows what's wrong with him today. Don't care about him. He provoked someone he shouldn't have. Ignore him. Let's play our game." As he spoke, the guard waved at his companion. Yi Tian was now a jinx in the school of imperial beasts, and no one cared about him. Meanwhile, in the cell, a white streak of true qi rose from Yi Tian's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, the chains on his hands fell off without warning. Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes, which had turned silver white. Yi Tian sat up and looked at his palm. Fortunately, I planted a soul imprint on this kid. Otherwise he would have really disappeared. Yi Tian muttered, standing up and waving at the cell door. Bang! The huge prison door was knocked upside down by Yi Tian's attack. The cell door was forcefully destroyed, naturally attracting the attention of the guards. The guards were all on high alert as they approached the cell door, watching Yi Tian break free from the chains. Yi Tian, what do you want? Are you going to betray the sect? The guard who had just delivered food to Yi Tian looked at him with fear. Yi Tian's silver eyes turned to the guard. Following that, a few true essence chains flew out and directly penetrated the guard's body. It's really noisy. That old bastard Xiao En dared to throw me into the dungeon with his dog power. Fine, I'll slowly settle the score with you after I get the heaven-suppressing spoon. But you're funny. You occupied such a place, and didn't know there was such a treasure here. Yi Tian laughed heartily as he thought of this. However, that witch from the demon spirit sect directly beat me out last time. If you want to get the heaven-suppressing spoon, you still have to plan. After I obtain the heaven-suppressing spoon, I'll recover my strength to its peak. Yi Tian laughed, disappearing from the cell. At the same time, inside the gate of Imperial Beasts, Shan received a message from the guard. His figure immediately turned into a stream of light and flew towards the dungeon. Sect Master. A few of the School of Imperial Beasts elders saw Shaoen's hurried appearance and quickly followed him. When he arrived at the dungeon, Shan saw a few guards on the ground who had already been killed. There were also upside-down cells and broken chains. Yi Tian ran away. An elder of the Imperial Beast sect came to the dungeon and said in shock. With Yi Tian's strength, there was no way he could escape the dungeon. At this time, Shan picked up the broken chain on the ground and said gloomily, "Pass down the order to capture Yi Tian." The death of a few guards was a small matter, but Yi Tian was someone Xiao Changtian had ordered to be taken care of. Although Xiao Changtian had already left, they couldn't mess things up. Upon hearing Shaoen's words, an elder from the School of Imperial Beasts immediately went out to carry out the order. At this time, Shaoen also said to the sect of Imperial Beasts elder beside me, Have the disciples who went to spread the news returned? Those disciples were sent out to spread the news that Xiao Changtian and the school of imperial beasts had become in-laws. After knowing that Xiao Changtian had not slept with Xiao Qianqian, Xiao Yin immediately ordered his men to gather them back. The sect of imperial beasts elder understood Xiao Yin's words and replied, "Sect master, they have all returned." Inside the cave, under Chu Yiren's lead, Xiao Changtian slowly entered a cave. The cave looked more like a passageway with narrow sides. Moreover, it was pitch black. Only a little light could be seen at the end of the cave. At this moment, Chu Yiren pointed at the light. "Senior, I can feel that the spoon you want is right there." Xiao Changtian saw where Chu Yiren was pointing and nodded. "Come, follow behind me." Due to the narrow cave, the deeper they went, the cave could only accommodate one person. Xiao Changtian said slowly to Chu Yiren as he walked in front. At this moment, Chu Yiren heard Xiao Changtian's words, and her face turned slightly red. He took the initiative to hold Xiao Changtian's hand and interlocked his fingers. The two of them walked slowly towards the spot of light, one after the other. Alpha, who was walking at the back, looked at the light in front of him. His eyes flickered, and then he sent a message to the chaos ant on Xiao Changtian's shoulder. "Ant, I'll leave master to you." "Got it. You don't have to say anything more." The chaos ant slowly poked its head out from Xiao Changtian's shoulder and looked at Alpha. Following that, Xiao Changtian and Chu Yiren slowly walked towards the light spot. At this moment, the silver light on the chaos ant's antennae flashed. Xiao Changtian and Chu Yiren's figures were enveloped by a silver light. With a swoosh, he disappeared from the cave. In Xiao Changtian's eyes, all of this was just a step forward. In a flash of silver light, Xiao Changtian and Chu Yiren appeared beside a field. At this moment, Xiao Changtian looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes revealing a trace of disbelief. Was this the legendary paradise? At this moment, in front of Xiao Changtian, a few topless men were fighting in front of a few wooden stakes. It looked like he was training his martial arts. Under a big tree inside, there were a few children playing. He had only walked through a cave and discovered this small world. It was hard to imagine that there was such a place in the forest. Standing beside Xiao Changtian, Chu Yiren's body felt as though it was connected to the world. A green light rose from his body. Chapter 435. Chapter 435. This Shangri-La is really different. Chapter 435. This Shangri-La is really different. The folks are really simple. In the small world of the great desolate immortal continent. In front of Xiao Changtian and the others, a few topless men saw Xiao Changtian. Just as he was about to walk over and question her. Then, he saw the green glow on Chu Yiren's body. "It's Senior Demon God. Senior Demon God has returned. Quickly report to Vice Sect Master Yao Yao." The few men said excitedly, and then they quickly ran into the village. Xiao Changtian saw the men running inside after seeing him. There was some doubt on his face. Those people wouldn't treat him as an intruder, right? At this moment, Xiao Changtian turned to look at Chu Yiren. "Yiren, the spoon you mentioned is in this village." The green glow around Chu Yiren had already disappeared. She nodded in agreement when she heard Xiao Changtian's words. "Senior, the heaven-suppressing spoon is here." When she first came in, she had also awakened many memories. This was the demon spirit sect, a force she had established before. After he disappeared, his former handmaiden, Yao Yao Ling, followed his will. He moved the demon spirit sect to a small space and waited for his return. Previously, the demon god's clone wanted to kill him and become his main body because he wanted to obtain the resources here. It could be said that some demon gods had obtained all the resources since their birth. Heaven suppression spoon. When Xiao Changtian heard Chu Yiren's words, he also committed this name to memory. The name Heaven suppressing spoon sounded quite domineering, but he didn't know if it could be used to stir-fry vegetables. After a while, they arrived at the village entrance, which was in front of Xiao Changtian and the others. Hundreds of people gathered, and the leader was a woman in red. The woman was tall and curvaceous. Her long hair fell to her waist. Tears welled up in her eyes when she saw Chu Yiren beside Xiao Changtian. Then he waved his hand, and was about to lead the group of demon spirit sect cultivators behind him to kneel down. At that moment, a green light flashed across Chu Yiren's body. A green light floated out from Chu Yiren's body. Yao Yaoling and the others instantly felt a force holding them up, preventing them from kneeling. Chu Yiren also knew that Xiao Changtian was playing around in the mortal world and didn't like the rules and regulations of cultivators. It didn't matter if other sects didn't know about it, but the sect he established definitely couldn't disturb his senior's cultivation. Following that, Chu Yiren took a step forward as well, smiling at Yao Yaoling and the others. "Everyone, I'm back." Following that, a green streak of light flew out from Chu Yiren's fingertip and entered Yao Yaoling's glabella. Immediately, Chu Yiren told Yao Yaoling about her reincarnation and her encounter with Xiao Changtian. After Yao Yaoling digested the information in her mind, she nodded at Chu Yiren. His eyes were filled with respect as he looked at Xiao Changtian. At this moment, the demon spirit sect cultivators also transmitted their voices to Yao Yaoling. He asked Chu Yiren why she didn't let them kneel just now. At that moment, Yao Yaoling also slowly transmitted her voice to everyone in the sect. "Everyone, it's all thanks to the senior beside her that Lord Demon God has been able to recover and come here again over the years. Lord Demon God said that senior is tempering his heart in the mortal world and doesn't like those red tape. Everyone, don't disturb his cultivation." Yao Yaoling's words were like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake. Immediately, the cultivators of the demon spirit sect looked at each other. Lord Demon God's strength is heaven-defying. There's actually someone who has been called a senior by Lord Demon God. His strength is even above Lord Demon God's. He is also the benefactor of the Demon God. Since he is the benefactor of the Demon God, then he is our benefactor. Right. We have to cooperate with senior's cultivation, or else we'll disturb senior. Then, the demon spirit sect cultivators waved at Xiao Changtian. "Senior, my hen just laid 2 eggs. Do you want to come to my house for dinner?" Xiao Changtian was stunned when he saw the cultivator waving at him. Then he said, "All right, thank you." At this moment, the other demon spirit sect cultivators also cursed in their hearts. Yao Yi actually took out the order that his shunning had just placed. He was really generous. At this time, the other demon spirit sect cultivators also said to Xiao Changtian, "Senior, I still have 2 bottles of immortal fruit wine that have been treasured for hundreds of years. Senior and my family." For a moment, almost all of the hundreds of demon spirit sect cultivators in front of Xiao Changtian extended their invitations to him. Chu Yiren nodded in satisfaction when she saw the actions of her disciples. It seemed that the atmosphere of the demon spirit sect hadn't changed much after he had been away for so many years. At this moment, Xiao Changtian had also arrived beside Chu Yiren. He said slowly, "Yiren, did you tell them?" Seeing how enthusiastic they were towards him, it was obvious that Chu Yiren had told them about him. Chu Yiren smiled sweetly at Xiao Changtian when she heard him. "As expected, I can't hide anything from Senior. Senior, you won't mind, right?" Seeing Chu Yiren like this, Xiao Changtian also pinched the tip of her nose. "You're the most mischievous." This girl was usually carefree. If she was sold, she would not know. When the demon spirit sect cultivators saw Xiao Changtian and Chu Yiren's actions, they were shocked. "I feel that Senior's strength is unparalleled. He might be the master of our demon spirit sect in the future." "What's possible? I think it's just that Senior is powerful and handsome. He's completely a good match for Lord Demon God." A female cultivator of the demon spirit sect said slowly, "Senior, come to my house for dinner later." After that, the female cultivator walked up to Xiao Changtian and said slowly, "Senior, I think it's getting late. I'll take you to eat now." "Wow, Yao Wu beat us to it." Seeing Yao Wu's actions, the other demon spirit sect cultivators quickly followed. "Senior, let's go to my house. I have good wine." "Senior." For a moment, Xiao Changtian was surrounded by the demon spirit sect cultivators. Xiao Changtian looked at the group of people around him and sighed. This Shangri-La was really different. The people here were really simple and honest. As for Chu Yiren, she didn't say anything when she saw the actions of her disciples. She naturally heard what they said just now. Now, she looked at Xiao Changtian's face, which was slightly red. At this moment, Yao Yaoling had also arrived by Chu Yiren's side. Lord Demon God, it's good that you're back. Yes. I still have some memories that one need to digest. Senior, please serve me. Bring him to the heaven-suppressing spoon. Chu Yiren had also awakened some of her memories when she first arrived. He needed to find a place to digest it, and Yao Yaoling used to be his maid. Chu Yiren trusted her, so she entrusted her with the task of bringing Xiao Changtian to retrieve the heaven-suppressing spoon. Chapter 436, Chapter 436. Senior, if you like it, I can give it to you one. Chapter 436. Senior, if you like it, I can give it to you one. Great desolate immortal continent. In front of the cave behind the Imperial Beast Sex Mountain, a stream of light flew across the sky. Yi Tian appeared in front of the cave, his eyes completely silver-white. Yi Tian's silver-white eyes gazed at the cave before him as he opened his palm. That woman Yao Yaoling is really too difficult to talk to. However, for the sake of revenge, I still have to go in again. With the heaven-suppressing spoon, I'll have the power to protect myself against that heaven-swallowing dog. As he spoke, a silver mist rose from Yi Tian's body. He covered his entire body and flew into the cave. Whoosh! Yi Tian walked through the cave and arrived in front of the dot of light. With a swoosh, he entered the small space where the demon spirit sect was located. After arriving at the demon spirit sect's small space, Yi Tian looked around. The feeling of having a body is great. It's much easier to conceal my aura. However, we should find the heaven-suppressing spoon first before making any plans. With that, Yi Tian used the silver-white mist to cover his body and flew toward the demon spirit sect. At the same time, on a small path in the demon spirit sect, Xiao Changtian and Yao Yaoling walked side by side. Yao Yaoling led Xiao Changtian forward. After Chu Yiren gave the order, the demon spirit sect cultivators had no choice but to let Yao Yaoling entertain Xiao Changtian. Hence, Yao Yaoling followed Chu Yiren's instructions and brought Xiao Changtian to where the heaven-suppressing spoon was. At this moment, Xiao Changtian also looked at Yao Yaoling in front of him and said slowly, "Miss, what's your name? You look quite familiar with Yiren." Yiren, this girl. After bringing him here, she said that she wanted to catch up with the old times and let such a girl bring him along. Along the way, this girl didn't speak much, and the atmosphere was awkward. Yao Yaoling, who was leading the way, also slowly responded to Xiao Changtian's words. "Senior, my name is Yao Yaoling." "Yao Yaoling? Are you going to call the police?" Xiao Changtian almost blurted out when he heard Yao Yaoling's name. "Call the police." When Yao Yaoling heard Xiao Changtian's words, she placed her hand on the tip of her nose and revealed a puzzled expression. No. Xiao Changtian also knew that he had just said something that he only knew in his previous life. This girl's name was so coincidental. Oh. Seeing that Xiao Changtian had no intention of explaining, Yao Yaoling didn't continue asking. Instead, he brought Xiao Changtian and continued walking towards the heaven-suppressing spoon. At this moment, a white shadow flew past Xiao Changtian and Yao Yaoling slowly. Yi Tian's hand glowed with a white light as he stared ahead. "The heaven-suppressing spoon should be in front of us." After saying this, Yi Tian continued to fly forward. Then, he saw Xiao Changtian and Yao Yaoling from the corner of his eye. Seeing Xiao Changtian, Yi Tian instinctively dodged to the side. He hid behind a rock and looked at the two people in front of him. Why was that woman Yao Yaoling walking together with this person? Yi Tian also looked around Xiao Changtian. Fortunately, the heaven-swallowing dog wasn't here. Otherwise, with my current state, I might have been discovered. This person came here and in this direction. Could it be that he was also heading toward the heaven-suppressing spoon? With this thought in mind, Yi Tian moved slowly, quietly following behind Xiao Changtian and Yao Yaoling. On the way, Xiao Changtian had a smile on his face after a simple conversation with Yao Yaoling. Miss Yao Yaoling, you don't have to be so restrained. We can chat more. Xiao Changtian started to talk to Yao Yaoling after he heard her name. However, it was obvious that this girl had been staying here all this time, and had basically never gone out. So it was understandable that she was a little shy since it was her first time here as an outsider. Yao Yaoling nodded after hearing Xiao Changtian's words. Alright, senior. From Chu Iran, she knew that Xiao Changtian was a hermit expert. If senior was willing to give him some pointers, he might have another breakthrough on his cultivation path. With this thought in mind, Yao Yaoling slowed down her pace and slowly walked alongside Xiao Changtian. At this moment, Xiao Changtian was also looking at the surrounding flowers and houses. Miss Yao Yaoling, do the people in your village like to plant flowers and plants? Where do you want me to go now? Flowers and plants? Yao Yaoling followed Xiao Changtian's gaze and saw him staring at the spirit herbs in the cave abode of the demon spirit sect cultivators. These were spirit herbs that were hard to find outside. They were of great help to cultivation. However, in senior's eyes, they were just flowers and plants by the roadside. Yao Yaoling had heard of it before. After some experts cultivated to a certain realm, spirit medicines were no longer effective to them. Therefore, spirit medicines were nothing to them. Senior has indeed reached the legendary realm. I really look forward to senior's guidance. Then he remembered that Xiao Changtian was cultivating his heart in the mortal world, so he had to call everything ordinary. Yao Yaoling also slowly said to Xiao Changtian, Yes, the people in the village all like to plant flowers and plants. Yes, it's not bad. I've wanted to do this before. Xiao Changtian nodded his head when he heard Yao Yaoling's words. He remembered that in his previous life, Xiao Changtian also wanted to plant some flowers and plants when he had time. This way, not only could it cultivate one's character, but it was also good for one's health. In the past, Yao Yaoling couldn't help but ask when she heard Xiao Changtian's words. A pair of big watery eyes looked at him, filled with curiosity. She also wanted to know what the life of a powerhouse like Xiao Changtian was like in the past. Yes, but unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to do it. Xiao Changtian slowly responded when he saw Yao Yao's reaction. Hearing Xiao Changtian's regretful words, Yao Yaoling thought that she had brought up some bad memories. He quickly said, Senior, if you like it, I can give you the ones I planted. Xiao Changtian smiled when he heard Yao Yaoling's words. Thank you, but there's no need for that now. By the way, you haven't told me where you're taking me yet. Yao Yaoling saw that Xiao Changtian's tone had returned to normal, and her face was filled with joy. It seemed that Senior didn't blame him just now. Senior, let's go get a spoon. Xiao Changtian also said to Yao Yaoling when he heard about the spoon. Alright, that girl Iran told you, right? I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. Yao Yaoling also pointed forward when she heard Xiao Changtian's words. Senior will be there soon. Behind Yao Yaoling and Xiao Changtian, Yi Tian naturally heard their conversation. Chapter 437. Chapter 437. Stealing the Heaven-Suppressing Spoon? Chapter 437. Stealing the Heaven-Suppressing Spoon. Small space, demon spirit sect. Yi Tian hid behind a rock behind Xiao Changtian and Yao Yaoling, his face ashen. Listening to Xiao Changtian and Yao Yaoling's conversation, Yi Tian was furious. The last time he had brought Yi Tian to the demon spirit sect, he had asked for help. That Yao Yao spirit didn't give him a good look at all. Not only was she unwilling to give him a single spirit herb, but she also didn't want to give it to him. He remembered that when he had asked Yao Yaoling for a lingji grass, the people of the demon spirit sect had almost chased him out of the door. But now, in front of Xiao Changtian, what could this Yao Yaoling say? If Xiao Changtian liked it, not only would she not charge him, she could even give him the spiritual herbs. Was this the benefit of being powerful? Yi Tian looked at Xiao Changtian with envy. Also, what did Yao Yaoling just say? She wanted Xiao Changtian to find a spoon. Needless to say, it was definitely the heaven-suppressing spoon. Didn't the demon spirit sect say that no one could touch the heaven-suppressing spoon except for their demon god? Why did he act like he could take anything he wanted in front of Xiao Changtian? Yi Tian thought to himself, his heart filled with resentment. Seeing Xiao Changtian and Yao Yaoling continue to move forward, he immediately followed them. At this moment, Xiao Changtian and Yao Yaoling's conversation slowly drifted over. That spoon is also a treasure to you, right? Xiao Changtian stood beside Yao Yaoling and spoke to her slowly. When he came, he had guessed that this spoon was a half-finished immortal cultivator spiritual weapon. To the mortals in Yao Yaoling's village, it was likely that they would treat it as a treasure. Yao Yaoling nodded her head when she heard Xiao Changtian's words. Yes. Ever since the establishment of our village, the heaven suppression spoon has been in our village. Hearing Yao Yaoling's words, Xiao Changtian felt a little troubled. The purpose of his trip was precisely this heaven-suppressing spoon. However, it seemed that the village treated it as a treasure. It seemed a little difficult for him to take it away. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian also said tentatively, Miss Yao Yaoling, I want to borrow your village's spoon. Is it convenient? Although this Yao Yaoling wanted to bring him to get that spoon, Xiao Changtian wasn't sure if they were willing to let him take them away. At this time, Yi Tian pricked up his ears. He was very concerned about the news regarding the heaven-suppressing spoon. Now, he could only hope that Yao Yaoling would reject Xiao Changtian. After all, with the strength of the heaven-swallowing dog beside Xiao Changtian, he wasn't confident in snatching it. When Yao Yaoling heard Xiao Changtian's words, she pointed at a house in front of them. Of course it's convenient. Senior, we've already arrived. The heaven-suppressing spoon is in the room in front. Xiao Changtian was stunned when he heard Yao Yaoling's words. He had thought that the villagers treated the heaven-suppressing spoon as a treasure, so he had to negotiate with them. He didn't expect them to agree so quickly. It seemed that the people in this village were more honest than he had imagined. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian said to Yao Yaoling, Thank you, Miss Yao Yaoling. When Yao Yaoling heard Xiao Changtian's words, her figure also walked towards the direction of the house. Senior, I'll go get it for you now. Chu Yiren had personally given him the task of handing the heaven-suppressing spoon to Xiao Changtian. Yao Yaoling didn't dare to be negligent. Even if Xiao Changtian didn't want it, she had to give it to him. Yi Tian, who had been eavesdropping from behind, almost burst into a torrent of abuse. He had originally thought that Yao Yaoling was only saying that because of Xiao Changtian's strength. Moreover, that senior had asked for her opinion, and it was obvious that he did not have to take the heaven-suppressing spoon. He didn't expect Yao Yao to become such a bootlicker. The other party did not particularly want it, but he took the initiative to get it for them. Thinking back to when he was at his peak, he did not receive such treatment in the divine world. Yi Tian couldn't help but compare himself to Su Chen. Compared to him at his peak, this person was dressed in a green robe and had an imposing appearance. He seemed to be more handsome than him. No, in the divine realm, what was the use of being handsome? Strength was everything. While Yi Tian was comparing, Yao Yaoling slowly walked out of the room. He held a silver spoon in his hand and walked to Xiao Changtian. Senior, the heaven-suppressing spoon is here. Yao Yaoling's voice slowly entered Yi Tian's ears, and his mind began to spin. He looked at the heaven-suppressing spoon that was about to fall into Xiao Changtian's hands. No, I can't let this heaven-suppressing spoon fall into that person's hands. Otherwise, he would have no chance to get him again in the future. Without the heaven-suppressing spoon, how could he take revenge? With this thought in mind, Yi Tian condensed a massive white orb of light. He threw it at a spot in front of Xiao Changtian. Bang! The ball of light exploded in the air with a loud bang. This loud noise attracted the attention of Yao Yaoling and Xiao Changtian. The two of them could not help but look forward. There was an invasion. This was the first thought in Yao Yaoling's mind. She then looked at the heaven-suppressing spoon in her hand. He seemed to have sensed something and said to Xiao Changtian, "Senior, I think someone is here to steal the heaven-suppressing spoon." Xiao Changtian nodded his head when he heard Yao Yaoling's words. Looking at this demonic spirit's reaction, it was obvious that they were not familiar with this situation. Miss Yao Yaoling didn't panic at all when she encountered such a situation. She was also very calm. However, it was understandable. After all, there were people who would naturally be interested in this treasure. At this moment, a few demon spirit sect cultivators came to Yao Yaoling and Xiao Changtian's side. When she arrived beside Yao Yaoling, the few demon spirit sect cultivators transmitted their voices to her. "Vice sect leader, what happened? I suspect that someone is here to steal the heaven-suppressing spoon. Yao Wu, take senior to rest first. The rest of you, follow me to search." At this moment, Yao Yaoling seemed to have recovered her demeanor as the vice sect master, as she transmitted her voice to everyone. Following that, Yao Yaoling walked up to Xiao Changtian. "Senior, I'm sorry that something unexpected happened. I'll have to trouble Senior to go to Yao Wu's house to rest. I'll go find Senior after I'm done." Xiao Changtian naturally didn't have any objections after hearing Yao Yaoling's words. Since he had come to the village, he naturally had to do as the locals did. However, Xiao Changtian still said, "Do you need my help?" After all, if he wanted to borrow a spoon from someone, it would be nice to let Alpha do the job of catching a thief. When Yao Yaoling heard Xiao Changtian's words, she smiled at him. "Senior, we can solve it ourselves. We're really sorry to disturb you." Xiao Changtian didn't say anything else after hearing what Yao Yaoling said. Yi Tian, who was hiding behind a rock, also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiao Changtian didn't make a move, otherwise it wouldn't be easy for him to escape. Chapter 438, Chapter 438. Demon Spirit Array, 1. Chapter 438. Demon Spirit Array, 1. Small space Demon Spirit Sect. Yi Tian hid behind a rock, examining his palm. The silver-white mist that was attached to it had already dissipated a lot. He had used up a lot of his primeval essence to cast that ball of light, just now in order to not be discovered. Now the silver-white color in his eyes was a little dimmer than before. In this state, even though we can prevent the heaven-suppressing spoon from falling into that person's hands, but I still have to find a place to hide. Yi Tian muttered as he gathered the last of his true qi and flew to the side. In front of the house, Yao Wu brought Xiao Changtian to rest. Yao Yaoling also issued orders. "Senior is the benefactor of the demon god. Our benefactor encountered such a situation on the first day. He came to our demon spirit sect. You know what to do, right?" Hearing Yao Yaoling's words, the demon spirit sect cultivators were filled with righteous indignation. Xiao Changtian was someone they thought would become the husband of the demon god and the master of the demon spirit sect. Now that something like this had happened to the demon spirit sect, wouldn't this make Senior look down on their demon spirit sect? "Vice sect master, don't worry. No matter which bastard it is, I will definitely find him. Us too. If we can't find him, we're willing to die to apologize." Everyone looked furious. At this moment a voice came from the crowd. "Vice sect leader, I think we should activate the demon spirit array." Hearing this voice, all the demon spirit sect cultivators present were stunned. The demon spirit array was the ancestral array of their demon spirit sect. Once the demon spirit array was opened, nothing could escape his tracking and killing. However, the price of activating the demon spirit array was very high. Not only did it consume a lot of resources, but it could only be activated once every 100 years. Unless it was a life and death situation, it would never be activated. In the history of the demon spirit sect, the demon spirit array had only been activated once. When Yao Yaoling heard this voice, she hesitated for a moment. At this moment a voice came from above. "Activate the demon spirit array." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Iren's figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. When they saw Chu Iren, the demon spirit sect cultivators said in unison, "Lord Demon God." Then a demon spirit sect cultivator said, "I think that the demon god is right. Activate the demon spirit array. Since that guy dared to attack Senior, it's unforgivable." Yes, Senior is the great benefactor of the demon spirit sect. If you dare to attack our benefactor, you must use the demon spirit array to entertain us. Soon, the demon spirit sect cultivators agreed. At this moment, Yao Yaoling walked over to Chu Iran's side. "Sect Master, I'll go prepare to activate the demon spirit array." It wasn't that she hadn't thought about activating the demon spirit array. It's just that the relationship with the great demon spirit array is too great, so she didn't say it out loud. Seeing that the demon spirit sect cultivators had agreed, Yao Yaoling's face naturally lit up, and she immediately went down to make arrangements. When Chu Iran heard Yao Yaoling's words, she nodded in agreement. Back in her cave abode, Chu Iran had also finished digesting the memories she had awakened. However, just as he was about to go find Xiao Changtian, he heard a loud noise outside. And it came from the direction where the heaven-suppressing spoon was stored. Chu Iran immediately rushed over. Soon, the cultivators of the demon spirit sect sat cross-legged in their cave abodes. He placed the spirit herbs and spiritual herbs that had been planted in his cave abode for many years in front of him. He muttered something. Then the cave abodes of the cultivators in the demon spirit sect were built one after another. As if they had sensed something, they all connected. Soon it covered the entire demon spirit sect. At this moment in Yao Wu's courtyard, Xiao Changtian and Yao Wu were sitting on two sides of a wooden table in the courtyard. Because he had to entertain Xiao Changtian, Yao Wu didn't need to participate in the activation of the demon spirit array. The two of them drank the immortal fruit brew on the table and ate, talking and laughing. At this moment, Yao Wu looked up into the sky. In the air, streams of true essence slowly gathered. A dark green eye with an ancient aura was slowly forming. This is the great demon spirit array. It was rumored that once the demon eye was opened, all the enemies would have nowhere to hide, and their bodies and souls would be destroyed. "Don't worry, we'll catch him soon," Xiao Changtian said slowly when he saw Yao Wu staring at the sky. Yao Wu was probably worried that the thief had stolen something from the village. However, based on his many years of experience, he could tell that Miss Yao Yaoling was calm and collected. It was obvious that he was very confident in catching the thief. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happened, it would be difficult for the thief to escape. Yao Wu nodded slowly when he heard Xiao Changtian's words. This was the first time she had seen this demon spirit array. However, with Senior's strength, he was naturally able to predict the future. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Yao Wu also picked up his wine cup and continued to eat and drink with Xiao Changtian. At this time, Yi Tian was hiding in a corner of the demon spirit sect. The silver-white eyes looked up at the sky, feeling as if a great terror was brewing in the sky. Yi Tian began to speculate as he looked up at the dark green demonic eye. It was rumored that the demon spirit sect had a demon spirit array. When it was activated, a pair of demon eyes would frighten all the experts in the world. Even the godly emperor had died in it. However, the price of opening it was also extremely high. He was just stopping them from handing the heaven-suppressing spoon to the owner of the heaven-swallowing dog. They wouldn't go so far as to activate the demon spirit array to deal with him, right? After consoling himself, Yi Tian looked up again. The blurry demon eye in the air was now clearly visible. The demon eye was dark green in color, and it looked like it was about to form. Wow, it really is the great demon spirit array. Yi Tian panicked when he saw the dark green eye. Now he had to wonder who Xiao Changtian was from the demon spirit sect. Could the owner of the sky-swallowing dog be the ancestor of the demon spirit sect? No, it should be higher than the ancestor's level. He had only stopped him a little, and he hadn't even done anything substantial. Yet he wanted to use the demon spirit array to deal with him. Even if the ancestors returned, there was no need for this. Who was the owner of the sky-swallowing dog to them? At this moment, the dark green demon eye in the air had also finished forming. Seeing the demon eye slowly open, Yi Tian ran through all sorts of escape methods in his mind. However, all of them were dead without exception. What to do, what to do? Yi Tian's mind kept spinning. Was he going to use the same trick again? At this moment, Chu Iren, who was the eye of the formation, spoke slowly. Demon eye activate. Kill them. As Chu Iren's voice trailed off, her demonic eyes also shot out beams of light, enveloping the area below. Chapter 439 Chapter 439 Send it back 1. Chapter 439 Send it back 1. Small space demon spirit sect. The dark green light emitted by the demon eye almost covered the entire demon spirit sect. Yi Tian looked at the incoming light, and a white chain flew out from his hand. The white chain collided with the dark green light. The white chains dissipated, turning dark green as well. The light continued to shoot towards Yi Tian. As expected of the legendary demon spirit array, this power wasn't just for show. Yi Tian looked at the incoming light and dodged it, trying to escape to the exit of the demon spirit sect. At the same time that demon eye discovered Yi Tian, Chu Iren, who was at the eye of the formation, had a cold expression on her face. So it's you. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Back at the School of Imperial Beasts, Chu Iren had seen the heaven-swallowing dog kill him. They hadn't expected this old man to possess Yi Tian's body and be reborn. Following that, Chu Iren's hands began to change their gestures. Then the dark green light emitted by the demon eye suddenly formed a huge net. It's heading towards Yi Tian and covering him. Whoosh! Yi Tian dodged another dark green beam. He landed on the ground, his face pale and panting. He was already lucky to be able to dodge the attacks of the dark green light rays several times in a row. At this moment, the true essence in his body was exhausted. Facing the huge net in the air, he had no way to dodge. He had to use the old method. Yi Tian sighed inwardly, seemingly resigned to his fate. Yi Tian allowed the net to envelop him, and then he fell to the ground. The net bound Yi Tian, and the light on it continued to absorb his vitality. Soon, Yi Tian was on the ground, unable to move. Then, a few demon spirit sect cultivators appeared beside him and took him away. At the same time, in the courtyard of the fifth demon, Yao Wu received the news from the demon spirit sect cultivators and said to Xiao Changtian excitedly, "Senior, we've already caught the thief." Xiao Changtian smiled when he saw Yao Wu's happy expression. "How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? This thief can't escape." On the other side, Chu Iren and Yao Yaoling arrived in front of Yi Tian. Yao Yaoling looked at Yi Tian and slowly said to Chu Iren, "Lord Demon God, I've seen this person before. I don't know why he came to the demon spirit sect. You even tried to build a relationship with our demon spirit sect for the sole purpose of losing the heaven-suppressing spoon." Chu Iren's face turned cold when she heard Yao Yaoling's words. This guy actually dared to covet what Senior wanted. It was unforgivable. Yao Yaoling saw Chu Iren's expression and said slowly, "Lord Demon God, this person is already dead, right? Why don't this subordinate take him down and bury him?" Yao Yao used her spiritual sense to probe Yi Tian's body and found that his vitality had completely dissipated. Hearing Yao Yaoling's words, Chu Iren reached out to stop her. "Wait, let's see. That fellow was able to revive after being killed by Senior Heaven-swallowing dog, which meant that he still had some tricks up his sleeve. It was better to wait for Senior to come and take a look personally." At this moment, Yao Wu and Xiao Changtian slowly came to the front of the crowd. "How was it? The thief was caught. Who was it?" Xiao Changtian came to the front of everyone and said slowly, "Yi Tian was bound by the net. Isn't this person the holy son of that old man's family?" When Chu Iren heard Xiao Changtian's words, she turned her head slowly towards him. "Senior, what do you think?" Xiao Changtian was stunned when he heard Yao Yaoling's words. "Wasn't this guy here to steal your things? Why would he ask an outsider like me?" Seeing Xiao Changtian's unsightly expression, Yao Yaoling was also very nervous. This person coveted Senior's things, so he naturally asked Senior, Wouldn't this make Senior unhappy? At this moment, Chu Iren turned to Xiao Changtian and said slowly, Senior, why don't we bury him? Hearing Chu Iren's words, Xiao Changtian was shocked. This girl was usually carefree, but she was really bold. He stole something, and you still want to bury him. At this moment, a faint wisp of soul remnant slowly moved in Yi Tian's abdomen. It was the remnant soul of Yi Tian's master. When he had been killed by his enemy, he had entrusted a wisp of his soul to Yi Tian. Now that he was killed by the demon spirit array, he naturally wanted to use the same method to escape. However, he would have to sleep for a long time after he escaped. At this time, Xiao Changtian's hand slowly patted Yi Tian's body, hitting his abdomen. At this time, Yi Tian's master's remnant soul also felt the world around him darken, as the space around him began to shrink. My soul remnant art can even hide from the great demon spirit array. How could you discover me? Who are you? No. With Xiao Changtian's slap, Yi Tian's master's remnant soul had completely dissipated, with no chance of rebirth. Then, Yi Tian's body also released a cloud of gas. When Chu Iren and the others saw the gas, they exchanged glances. Fortunately, there was a senior. Otherwise, this fellow would have run away again. Then, Xiao Changtian stood up from the ground. This guy should be sent to that old man. He had also checked just now. Although this fellow had been captured, his vitality was not completely gone. It was just that he might become a vegetable in the future. Xiao Changtian couldn't say anything. However, this guy knew his background. It was better to send him back. He didn't want those old men to worry. Chu Iren nodded in agreement. Then, he glanced at Yao Yao Ling beside him. Then, Yao Yao Ling said to the two people beside her, Yao Yi, send him to the Imperial Beast Gate. Having lived in this small space all year round, Yao Yao Ling and the others naturally knew about the Imperial Beast Sect. Two demon spirit sect cultivators walked out. Taking Yi Tian away, they headed towards the Imperial Beast Sect. At this time, Chu Iren also said to Xiao Changtian slowly, Senior, let's go get a spoon. Xiao Changtian glanced at Yao Yao Ling when he heard Chu Iren's words. He and Chu Iren were considered outsiders to the village, so they had to seek their opinions. Then, Yao Yao Ling immediately walked between the two of them. Senior, let me bring you there. Fortunately, the villagers were really hospitable. Xiao Changtian looked at Yao Yao Ling, who was already leading the way, and sighed in his heart. Imperial Beast Sect Mountain Gate. At this time, Yao 1 and Yao 2 slowly placed Yi Tian in front of the Imperial Beast Sect. As soon as Yi Tian appeared, Xiaoan followed suit. Seeing Yi Tian on the ground, Xiaoan was also startled. He turned to Yao 1 and Yao 2 and said slowly, The two of you, this is. Senior asked us to bring it over. Demon 1 looked at Xiaoan and said. Then, he and Demon 2 disappeared in front of the Imperial Beast Gate. Chapter 440. You're here to pick herbs. Right 1. Chapter 440. You're here to pick herbs. Right 1. Degree 7. In the forest of the great desolate immortal continent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the forest that led to the demon spirit sect's small world, the rustling of flowers and plants in the forest sounded. Two figures also walked through the grass. Two figures landed on the ground, revealing their faces. They were the clones of the Medicine Sovereign and the Divine Court Master, who had rushed here from the Imperial Beast Sect's small town. The Medicine Sovereign stood beside the cloaked man, stretching out his hand to block his path. He looked ahead and slowly said, Master, someone is coming. When the cloaked man heard the words of the Demon Sovereign, he immediately understood and walked into the bushes with the Medicine Sovereign. Hiding in the bushes, the Medicine Sovereign and the avatar of the Divine Court Master stared ahead. Following that, the bushes in front of them were flipped over, and Xiao Changtian and Chu Iren's silhouettes appeared before their eyes. Xiao Changtian was standing beside Chu Iren, and he said slowly, Iren, it's all thanks to you that this trip went so smoothly. After borrowing the heaven-suppressing spoon, Xiao Changtian brought Chu Yiren and Yao Yaoling to bid them farewell. After all, the village was considered a paradise, and he could not disturb them for a long time. When Chu Yiren heard Xiao Changtian's words, she smiled back at him. Senior, how good would it be if Yao Yaoling and the others moved to Daong Town? After he gradually recovered his memory, the demon spirit sect was naturally not suitable to continue staying in that small space. The first place Chu Yiren thought of when moving out was naturally Daong Town. Putting aside the fact that he lived in Daong Town, he had many opportunities to interact with Xiao Changtian. With Xiao Changtian's strength alone, the safety of the demon spirit sect wouldn't be a problem if they moved to Daong Town. Hearing Chu Yiren's words, Xiao Changtian smiled as well. He turned to Chu Yiren and said slowly, if you want them to move to Daong Town, they have to agree. Xiao Changtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he spoke. What was this girl thinking all day? Why would he move to Daong Town when he was living in a paradise? The smile on Chu Yiren's face widened when she heard Xiao Changtian's words. So if they are willing, they can move to Daong Town. Seeing the look of anticipation on Chu Yiren's face, Xiao Changtian shook his head helplessly. Then he continued walking forward. At this moment, Alpha rubbed against his feet and led him to a bush. Is there something over there? Xiao Changtian looked at Alpha at his feet and followed him. Alpha usually didn't nag her much, but this time he took her away. Something must have happened. At this moment, Xiao Changtian also came to a bush. Here. Xiao Changtian looked at Alpha at his feet and said slowly to him. She saw that Alpha was no longer rubbing against her feet. Xiao Changtian was also prepared to walk into the bushes. At this moment, the grass rustled, the medicine sovereign and the cloaked man appeared in front of Xiao Changtian. Seeing two people suddenly appear in front of him, Xiao Changtian couldn't help but take a few steps back. Seeing the bamboo basket behind Yao Huang, Xiao Changtian slowly said to them, "Are you here to pick herbs?" The bamboo basket behind the white-haired old man was filled with some medicinal herbs. It was obvious that he had come to the mountains to collect medicinal herbs. When the medicine sovereign heard Xiao Changtian's words, he cupped his fists towards him. Yes, we came to the mountains to pick herbs. At this moment, Chu Yiren had also arrived beside Xiao Changtian. Senior, what's wrong? Following which, when he saw the medicine sovereign and the cloaked man, he frowned. After awakening his memories, his body was much more sensitive to danger than before. These two people gave her a very dangerous feeling. At this moment, Xiao Changtian turned to Chu Yiren and said slowly, "It's fine. They came to the mountains to pick herbs." After which, Xiao Changtian slowly said to Yao Huang and the rest, "Do you need our help? I know a thing or two about medicinal herbs." Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the medicine sovereign shook his head. "Thank you, sir. We can find it ourselves." Their goal for this trip was the heaven-suppressing spoon. How could they let wanting meat follow them? Hearing the medicine sovereign's words, Xiao Changtian waved his hand dismissively before pulling Chu Yiren down the mountain. Since they didn't need it, Xiao Changtian wouldn't help them. After which, Xiao Changtian seemed to have thought of something as he turned his head towards the medicine sovereign and the cloaked man and slowly said, "Oh right, we just came from the mountains. Let me remind you that there are quite a lot of thieves in the mountains. You have to be careful." What these farmers were most worried about was that the herbs they had waited for a long time would be plucked by others. And a thief appeared in Yao Yao Spirit Village. It was hard to guarantee that the white-haired old man's herbs would not be stolen. With that, Xiao Changtian led Chu Yiren down the mountain. After Xiao Changtian and Chu Yang left, the cloaked clone of the divine court, Lord slowly spoke to the medicine sovereign. "Medicine sovereign, can you tell how they discovered us?" The medicine sovereign shook his head when he heard the words of the avatar. "No, but when I checked their auras, I didn't find any true essence on them. It should be immortal. We just happened to bump into him." Upon hearing the medicine sovereign's words, the avatar of the divine court master nodded his head. After which, he held his cloak and slowly said to the Yao Huang, "Medicine sovereign, let's hurry up and leave." As the sound of his voice faded, the avatar of the Divine Court Master took the lead and flew towards the direction of Yao Yaoling's village. The medicine sovereign followed closely behind. When he saw Xiao Changtian, he felt something was wrong. However, he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. Hence, the avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court brought the medicine sovereign to pay a visit to the demon spirit sect. The heaven-suppressing spoon was related to the revival of the Divine Court. With the heaven-suppressing spoon, it would be much more convenient for them to rebuild the Divine Court and find the main body. At the same time, in the main hall of the Imperial Beast sect, Xiaowen sat on a chair in the main hall. On both sides of the main hall stood a group of elders from the School of Imperial Beasts. At this moment, in the middle of the hall, Yi Tian's body, bound by a large net, slowly lay on the ground. Xiao En pointed at Yi Tian in the center of the hall. I have gathered everyone here, because I have something to tell you. Everyone knows the person in the center of the hall. Hearing Xiaowen's words, the group of School of Imperial Beasts elders also looked at the corpse in the center. Sect Master, isn't this Yi Tian? Didn't you say he escaped from the dungeon? He did escape from the dungeon, but he was captured by Senior. When Xiao En heard the words of the sect of Imperial Beasts elder, he nodded and stood up from his seat. Chapter 441, Chapter 441. There is no need for the Yi Tian clan to exist. Chapter 441. There is no need for the Yi Tian clan to exist. 1. Great Desolate Immortal Continent, Imperial Beast Sect's main hall. Shan stood up from his seat and slowly walked to the center of the hall. At this moment, in the main hall, the elders of the School of Imperial Beasts were whispering to each other. Senior captured him. It seems this Yi Tian really doesn't know life and death. You dare to provoke Senior after escaping from the dungeon. You really deserve to die. Hearing the whispers around him, Shan also said loudly in the hall. This gathering is naturally related to Yi Tian. Great Elder, how's the investigation going? As soon as Xiaowen finished speaking, an old man walked out from the side of the hall. Sect Master, all the information about Yi Tian's clan is here. As he spoke, the first elder of the School of Imperial Beasts also held a scroll in his hand. All right, I've called everyone here today to officially announce that the School of Imperial Beasts has officially declared war on the Yi Tian clan. Senior has given us the Imperial Beast sect painting, and this is a great favor. Yi Tian's clan has repeatedly provoked you, and this is unforgivable. From now on, you will be the enemy of our Imperial Beast sect. Disciples of the Imperial Beast sect, from today onwards put down your duties. There is no need for the Heavenly Leaf clan to exist. Xiaowen's strong voice echoed in the hall. Hearing Xiaowen's words, the elders of the School of Imperial Beasts understood. Sect Master is right that Yi Tian is no good. He actually dared to attack Senior. Sect Master, let me be the vanguard for this mission. What Yi Tian clan? I've never even heard of them, yet they dare to provoke Senior. They really aren't afraid of death. I'll teach them how to write the word death. In the hall, the voices of the crusade against Yi Tian's clan echoed. Xiaowen nodded in satisfaction when he heard the words of the sect of Imperial Beasts elder. When Yao 1 and Yao 2 brought Yi Tian's corpse to the Imperial Beast sect's entrance, Yi Tian's body was already dead. Shan panicked and thought about it for a while. Senior had sent someone to bring Yi Tian's corpse to him, so he definitely wanted an attitude from him. Although Yi Tian's clan was an unranked clan. But when Yi Tian had offended Senior in the School of Imperial Beasts, he should have dealt with his clan. After Shan came to his senses, he was very dissatisfied with how late he had become. Then, Shan slowly said to the people in the hall, Elders, after today, I don't want to hear the name of the Yi family. Everyone, hurry up and get it done. Hearing Xiaowen's words, the elders of the School of Imperial Beasts also bowed to him. Then they all walked out of the hall. He called out to his disciples, bringing all kinds of spirit weapons and demon beast mounts. From the School of Imperial Beasts, they were about to attack Yi Tian's clan. That night, Yi Tian's clan was exterminated with no survivors. Divine world, great desolate immortal continent. A stream of light flashed in the air, and then a figure slowly appeared in the air, revealing the figure within. Boss, what if Master finds out that we snuck out? Below Black Tortoise, the fat Rongrong slowly said to him. It's okay. Master is also here. We came out this time to help Master solve his problems. Black Tortoise's gaze swept below, slowly saying to the fat Rongrong. At this time, Black Tortoise also pointed to a direction below, slowly saying to the fat Rongrong. Fatty, I heard someone talking about the heaven suppressing spoon. It seems that someone is trying to harm Master. Our chance has come. As long as we help Master solve the problem, Master won't blame us. I also heard the voice of a beauty. When the fat Rongrong heard Black Tortoise's words, her figure flashed, flying towards the direction of Black Tortoise's finger. This time, they came out of the courtyard because it was too boring. Under Black Tortoise's lead, the fat Rongrong naturally followed him here. At the same time, in the Demon Spirit Sect's small world, a group of Demon Spirit Sect cultivators stood behind Yao Yaoling, and two figures stood opposite them. It was none other than the avatar of the Divine Court Master and the Medicine Sovereign. At this moment, the Medicine Sovereign was standing in front of Yao Yaoling. He slowly spoke to them. Yao Yaoling, no matter what, our Divine Court and your Demon Spirit Sect used to be on the same continent. It's not too much to borrow your heaven-suppressing scoop. Besides, I didn't take it for free. When the Divine Court and the Demon Spirit Sect were dominating the divinity, they were still on the same immortal continent. Therefore, in a sense, the Demon Spirit Sect and the Divine Court were considered neighbors. As he spoke, the Medicine Sovereign held a few jade bottles in his hands. Waves of pill fragrance came out from the jade bottle. From the looks of it, the grade was not low. Yao Yaoling stood opposite the Medicine Sovereign and the avatar of the Divine Court Master. She slowly said, It's not that I don't want to lend it to you, but the heaven-suppressing scoop is no longer in our Demon Spirit Sect. Although Yao Yaoling would never lend the heaven-suppressing spoon to Medicine Sovereign and the others. However, Yao Yao was telling the truth. The sky suppression scoop had indeed been taken away by Xiao Changtian and Chu Yiren. When the clone of the Master of the Divine Court heard Yao Yaoling's words, he also reached out to hold his cloak. After which, he walked in front of Yao Huang and slowly said to Yao Yaoling, Yao Yaoling, let's not talk about all that nonsense. If you lend us the heaven-suppressing spoon, we'll use it as collateral. When we return the heaven-suppressing spoon, you can just give us the fragment. When Yao Yaoling saw the fragment in the hands of the clone of the Master of the Divine Court, her expression was somewhat shocked. She did not expect the clone of the Master of the Divine Court to take out the fragment of the Divine Court token as collateral. Every fragment of the Divine Court token contained the bloodline power and luck of the Master of the Divine Court. If he absorbed them, he could directly advance a mortal to the God Emperor realm. It could be said that this Divine Court token fragment was one of the lifeblood of the Divine Court. At this moment, the Medicine Emperor said to the clone of the Divine Court Master beside him, Master, there's no need to say more. When the avatar of the Divine Court Master saw that the Medicine Sovereign wanted to say something, he waved his hand. Yao Yaoling looked at the clone of the Master of the Divine Court and the Medicine Sovereign before taking a deep breath. I'm really sorry, heaven-suppressing spoon. I want to see which son of AB** TCH dares to have designs on the heaven-suppressing spoon. Before Yao Yaoling could finish speaking, a voice was transmitted down from the sky. Then everyone looked up. They saw a giant panda with a turtle sitting on its head, slowly flying towards them. Not long after, the fat Rongrong appeared in front of everyone with the black tortoise. Chapter 442. Chapter 442:1 AM the weakest in our courtyard 1. Chapter 442:1 AM the weakest in our courtyard 1. Small Space Demon Spirit Sect. The avatar of the Divine Court Master and the Medicine Sovereign also looked at the black tortoise and the fat Rongrong who had suddenly appeared in front of them. He also said to Yao Ling, "Is this a demonic beast from your demon spirit sect?" Yao Ling shook her head when she heard the medicine sovereign's words. This was also the first time they saw Black Tortoise and the fat Rongrong. They had never seen them before. However, how did they enter? Why couldn't they sense any movement at all? Other than when Xiao Changtian and Chu Yiren entered, they didn't sense anything. After all, Chu Yiren had written about their Lord Demon God, so it was normal that they didn't know about it. When the others entered the demon spirit sect, they could sense it. And for Black Tortoise and the fat Rongrong to be able to enter without a sound, they were also very surprised. The medicine sovereign saw Yao Ling shake her head and slowly said to Black Tortoise and the fat Rongrong, "Where did these turtles and pandas come from? They're really courting death by disturbing my lord's negotiations." Hearing Medicine Emperor's words, the fat Rongrong beneath Black Tortoise's feet slowly raised her head and said to him, "Boss, this old man called you a turtle and told you to go away." Black Tortoise heard the fat Rongrong's words and slowly stood up, looking at the medicine sovereign opposite him. "Fatty, I heard everything." Following which, the true energy on the Black Tortoise's body surged as it charged towards the medicine sovereign. Seeing Black Tortoise make a move, the fat Rongrong also tactfully waddled over to Yao Ling's side. "Beauty, boss went to teach them a lesson for you. They actually dared to ask you for the heaven-suppressing spoon. Boss will definitely beat them up until they piss their pants." Yao Huang looked at the Black Tortoise that was charging towards him as his expression changed. This turtle still dares to take the initiative to attack. "Master, leave it to me." After speaking to the avatar of the Divine Court Master beside him, the medicine sovereign flew out. A faint green true qi surged on his body, while flames rose from Yao Huang's hands. "I don't know how many demonic beasts I've refined with this flame. Today, I'll let you have a taste of his taste." As he spoke, the Yao Huang waved the flame in his hand at the Black Tortoise. The flames attacked the Black Tortoise. "Your flame is much weaker than that old hen." At this moment, the Black Tortoise looked at the oncoming flames. The true essence on its body surged, and a huge Black Tortoise Dharma idol appeared behind it. At this moment, in everyone's field of vision, a huge Black Tortoise Dharma idol stood in the air. The Black Tortoise and the scales were on the same level, and endless seawater flowed backward around them. The medicine sovereign watched as his flames dissipated the moment they touched the Black Tortoise. At this moment, the medicine sovereign saw his flames being easily dissolved, and the Black Tortoise Dharma idol in front of him. He was already panicking in his heart. "This is Black Tortoise." The medicine sovereign stared at the Black Tortoise in front of him, his words filled with disbelief. At this moment, Black Tortoise's voice was slowly transmitted into Yao Huang's ears. "You just said that you want to refine me." The Black Tortoise's voice sounded in the mind of the medicine sovereign. Next, the medicine sovereign's body involuntarily knelt on the ground. The boundless seawater around the Black Tortoise rolled, and a huge water pillar formed beside it. At the same time that the water pillar was formed, the avatar of the Divine Court Master slowly arrived beside the medicine sovereign. Looking at Black Tortoise in front of him, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court also raised the fragment of the Divine Court token in his hand high. "Senior Black Tortoise, please calm down." At this moment, the voice of the clone of the Master of the Divine Court was extremely respectful. He had no intention of resisting the Black Tortoise. The Black Tortoise, a divine beast, was an all-powerful existence even in ancient times. With their strength, it was completely impossible for them to resist. Seeing the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court in front of him, the Black Tortoise's water pillar that was about to fly out paused. "Take off your cloak." When the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court heard Black Tortoise's words, he did not dare to be negligent, and directly took off the cloak on his head. Then, the face of the avatar of the Master of the Divine Court appeared in front of everyone. When the medicine sovereign saw the avatar of the head of the Divine Court in this state, he slowly spoke. "My lord, stand there and don't speak." Seeing that the medicine sovereign was about to rush over, the avatar of the head of the divine court shouted at him. Dition. The fat Rongrong was the first to speak when she saw the figure of the lord of the divine court's clone. Not Dition, but Dition's clone. At this moment, Black Tortoise's voice also slowly entered the fat Rongrong's ears. When the clone of the master of the divine court heard Black Tortoise's words, he was also stunned. From the conversation between Black Tortoise and the fat Rongrong, they seemed to know where their main body was. At this moment, the clone of the master of the divine court slowly walked up to the Black Tortoise. Senior Black Tortoise, you know where my main body is? Although the medicine sovereign had just angered the Black Tortoise, the avatar of the divine court master couldn't help but ask after hearing the news of his main body. Hearing the words of the clone of the lord of the divine court, Black Tortoise glanced at him. Since you want to find the main body, why don't you ask Master for help? I remember that Master is in the great desolate immortal continent. Hearing the Black Tortoise's words, the avatar of the lord of the divine court was shocked. A divine beast like the Black Tortoise actually had a master. He wondered what kind of person could subdue him. However, Lord Black Tortoise had also pointed out a path for him. With this thought in mind, the clone of the master of the divine court slowly said to the Black Tortoise, "May I know where Senior's master is now?" When Black Tortoise heard the words of the clone of the lord of the divine court, he said slowly to him, "I just heard you say that you want to find the heaven-suppressing spoon." Yes. The heaven-suppressing spoon can help our divine court quickly recover its former glory. Therefore, we have also come here to borrow it. At this moment, the clone of the master of the divine court didn't hide anything and told him everything. Upon hearing the words of the divine court master, Black Tortoise's body also moved. My master wants that heaven-suppressing spoon. Hearing Black Tortoise's words, the clone of the master of the divine court trembled. Since Senior's master wants it, I naturally won't fight for it. Looking at the avatar of the lord of the divine court, the Black Tortoise slowly said to him, "Alright, it just so happens that I'm also going to look for Master. You can follow me when the time comes." On the side, Yao Ling overheard the conversation between Black Tortoise and the clone of the master of the divine court. His body also trembled. The master that Senior Black Tortoise mentioned was probably the senior who followed the demon god here. At this time, Yao Ling looked at the fat Rongrong beside her, her gaze slowly sweeping over. If the turtle was the Black Tortoise, then this giant panda was not a divine beast, right? And as if sensing Yao Ling's gaze, the fat Rongrong also turned her head. He looked at Yao Ling and slowly said to him, "Beauty, don't think too much. I'm the weakest in our courtyard." Chapter 443, Chapter 443. Why can't I understand what this senior is? Chapter 443. Why can't I understand what this senior is? Saying 1. Demon Spirit Sect Small Space. Yao Ling looked at the fat Rongrong beside her, and slowly nodded her head. At this time, Black Tortoise also came to the fat Rongrong's side. "Fatty, we can go now." Finding Dition's clone was also an unexpected gain for the Black Tortoise. If he brought him to the master's side like this, the master would not blame him for coming out. The fat Rongrong heard Black Tortoise's words and slowly came to his side. He held the Black Tortoise on his head. At this moment, the Black Tortoise spoke to the avatar of the divine court master and the medicine sovereign behind him. "If you want to see Master, come with us." When the clone of the master of the divine court heard Black Tortoise's words, his face lit up with joy. This trip was a pleasant surprise for them. Originally, they had come to borrow the heaven-suppressing spoon, but they did not expect to see the Black Tortoise. Originally, he was annoyed because the medicine emperor and the Black Tortoise had a bad relationship, but he didn't expect to hear the news of his master. It could be said to be full of twists and turns. At this moment, the avatar of the divine court master hurriedly called out to the medicine sovereign behind him and left with Black Tortoise and the others. He also wanted to see what kind of person the legendary master of the Black Tortoise was. He must be an old monster who had lived for many years. She wondered how his relationship with her main body was. With this thought in mind, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court was also looking forward to meeting Xiao Changtian. At this moment, in a small town in the great desolate immortal continent, Xiao Changtian and Chu Yiren were walking along a small path in the town. Then they sat down on a stall. These few days, they had not had a good meal after leaving the demon spirit sect. Xiao Changtian was already feeling hungry. He turned to look at Chu Yiren, who was beside him. She looked as if it didn't matter to her whether she ate or not. Looking at Chu Yiren, Xiao Changtian began to believe what he had heard in his previous life about girls who could go without food for days to lose weight. At this moment, at the table next to Xiao Changtian and the others, there were also a few cultivators sitting there, and their conversation slowly entered Xiao Changtian's ears. Have you heard? The Yi family offended someone they shouldn't have offended, and was exterminated a few days ago. That's right. No one in the entire clan survived. I don't know what big shot they offended. Xiao Changtian, who was sitting on the side, was eating the rice in his mouth. When he heard their conversation, his face was also stunned. In his previous life, he had often seen such plots when he read online novels. However, sitting next to someone and hearing them say it, it felt different. At this moment, Chu Yiren turned to Xiao Changtian and said slowly, "Senior, what's wrong? What's wrong with the Yates family being wiped out?" Xiao Changtian waved at Chu Yiren when he heard her words. Cultivation is really good. When he first came to the cultivation world, he also wanted to be like the cool novels he read in his previous life. He would kill whoever he was unhappy with. He didn't expect the system to be so weak. Not only did he not allow her to cultivate, but he also allowed her to feed small animals. Xiao Changtian still doubted the authenticity of the so-called invincible path. If it wasn't for his dream of cultivation, Xiao Changtian wouldn't have cared about those little animals. Xiao Changtian sighed. When would he be able to be like that person in the nation of America, being talked about like that, and even exterminating the entire family? Seeing Xiao Changtian's melancholy expression, Chu Yiren continued, "Senior, if you don't like them talking, I'll chase them away." Xiao Changtian heard Chu Yiren's words and saw her about to get up. He pulled her back. "Yiren, no. Sit down. We still have to hurry after eating." The people who were talking were obviously immortal cultivators, or mortals, who were closer to immortal cultivators. How could he and Chu Yiren provoke them? After provoking them, they would be the next topic of conversation after dinner. Following that, Xiao Changtian brought Chu Yiren along with him as they continued their journey. And at this time, in midair, Black Tortoise sat on the fat Rongrong's head, his eyes also looking down. "Fatty, Master should be there." Black Tortoise pointed in a direction below, slowly saying to the fat Rongrong. Next, the fat Rongrong's figure turned into a stream of light, flying downwards. The avatar of the Divine Court Master and the Medicine Sovereign naturally followed closely behind them. At that moment, Xiao Changtian and Chu Yiren had already appeared outside the town. As for the Black Tortoise, he brought along the fat Rongrong, the clone of the Divine Court Master, and the Medicine Sovereign. Looking at Xiao Changtian below, Black Tortoise said slowly to the clone of the Master of the Divine Court behind him. "Dtion's clone, that's Master. Go and find Master. I'll go over later." Hearing Black Tortoise's words, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court also looked down. Looking at the two figures below, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court found them familiar. However, he didn't think too much about it. He cupped his fists at Black Tortoise and slowly said to him, "Thank you, Senior Black Tortoise." As soon as he finished speaking, Shenting's avatar brought Yao Huang's body and flew downwards. At this moment, Xiao Changtian and Chu Yiren were walking on the road outside the town. After that, the Medicine Sovereign and the avatar of the Divine Court Master slowly appeared in front of Xiao Changtian. Xiao Changtian looked at the two people who suddenly appeared in front of him. Wasn't this Dtion's brother? And that white-haired old man, wasn't he the old man who went into the mountains to pick herbs? At this moment, The avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court and the medicine sovereign finally saw Xiao Changtian's face. The two of them looked at each other in disbelief. Naturally, they recognized Xiao Changtian. Wasn't he the mortal they had seen in the forest? Oh no, they were still treating him as a mortal. This was a great disrespect to their seniors. To be able to become the master of the Black Tortoise, he naturally could see through their inner thoughts. At the thought of this, the avatar of the Divine Court Master and the medicine sovereign broke out in cold sweat. For a moment, he didn't know what to say to Xiao Changtian. At this moment, Xiao Changtian also slowly walked up to them. Tian's little brother, why are you here as well? And this is... Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court was also confused. Why didn't he understand what this senior was saying? The main body's younger brother. Was senior hinting at something? However, he did not know that his main body had taken in a younger brother during this period of time. Moreover, he was hiding beside him without being discovered. His strength was probably at a terrifying level. With that thought in mind, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court also looked around. Chapter 444 Chapter 444. Look at your brother, he loves studying so much. Chapter 444. Look at your brother, he loves studying so much. Great desolate immortal continent, outside the small town of the Imperial Beast Sect. He saw the Divine Court Master's clone looking around. In the air, Black Tortoise also emitted a dark green light and injected it into the forehead of the clone of the Master of the Divine Court. Then, information slowly appeared in the mind of the avatar of the Master of the Divine Court. It turns out that Senior is currently refining his heart in the mortal world, playing around with the mortal world. After digesting the information given by Black Tortoise in his mind, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court finally understood. At this moment, Xiao Changtian walked up to the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court. Little brother Tian, why aren't you saying anything? Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court also reacted. Then, he smiled at Xiao Changtian and said, Senior, this is the servant of our clan, the medicine sovereign. This time we came out to gather herbs. As he spoke, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court was also carefully choosing his words, afraid that he would disturb Xiao Changtian's cultivation. Xiao Changtian nodded in agreement. So have you found the medicine? What are your plans? Xiang must have gone to look for Tian. This Tian's younger brother would go to look for Tian once in a while. Xiao Changtian had seen this too many times. Naturally, he blurted it out. When the clone of the Master of the Divine Court heard Xiao Changtian's words, he was secretly shocked. As expected, Senior had already grasped their movements clearly. Fortunately, Senior was magnanimous. Previously, when he and the medicine sovereign walked past him, they rejected his good intentions. Now that he thought about it, he was really blind back then. With this thought in his heart, the avatar of the Divine Court Master pulled the medicine sovereign beside him. Yes, Senior, we're going to find Big Brother. Hearing the words of the clone, Xiao Changtian slowly said, How about we go back together? We can take care of each other on the way. When they passed by the small town, Xiao Changtian heard the news that the Yi family had been exterminated. He also invited the avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court to return with him. In the cultivation world, the outside world was quite dangerous. One more person meant one more strength. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court was also grateful. Senior was truly magnanimous. He didn't blame him and the medicine sovereign for rejecting his good intentions. He even wants to bring us to the main body. With his status as a senior, if he could obtain his help, the heaven-suppressing spoon would be many times stronger. At this moment, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court looked at Xiao Changtian with gratitude. Thank you, Senior. No, it's just on the way. Let's go together. Tian and the others should be busy in the bookstore right now. Xiao Changtian also walked to the side of the clone and patted his shoulder. Then, he led Chu Iran and the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court to his own courtyard. When the Master of Divine Court heard Xiao Changtian's words, he was also shocked. The main body was actually helping Senior manage the bookstore. No wonder he couldn't find him before. With Senior around, who could find the main body? With this thought in mind, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court immediately followed behind Xiao Changtian. Then, the two antennae of the chaos ant on Xiao Changtian's shoulder also lit up with a silver-white light. Chu Iran, the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court, and the others were trapped within. The avatar of the Master of the Divine Court sensed that the space he was in was constantly shifting, and finally arrived at the periphery of Daong Town. Was this space movement? The clone of the Master of the Divine Court looked at Xiao Changtian's back, his eyes filled with respect. A second ago, he could still feel that they were in the divine world. Now looking at everything around him, and the level of spiritual energy, he was not in the divine world at all. Senior's strength had indeed reached an unimaginable level. He could easily mobilize so much spatial power. That was Master's doing. It was just a small ant's doing. If Master were to do it, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to imagine it. At this moment, Black Tortoise's voice slowly sounded in the mind of the clone of the Master of the Divine Court. After receiving Black Tortoise's voice transmission, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court also looked at Xiao Changtian's shoulder. On Xiao Changtian's left shoulder, a black ant was stretching its antennae. As if it had caught Black Tortoise's voice transmission, the chaos ant looked at the void in front of it. Damn turtle, what kind of truth are you spouting? If you say more, do you believe that I will tell Master that you secretly ran out? You, Black Tortoise wanted to say something when the chaos ant spoke. When he heard the chaos ant's last sentence, he immediately shut his mouth. It didn't want to be the first to be locked in the dark room. The avatar of the Divine Court Master and the Medicine Sovereign followed behind Xiao Changtian. He sensed the conversation between the chaos ant and the Black Tortoise in the void. His heart was already surging. It was fine if he saw a divine beast like the Black Tortoise today. He did not expect to see a divine beast like the chaos ant. The key was that both divine beasts had masters, and they were the same master. The clone of the Master of the Divine Court looked at Xiao Changtian and felt that Xiao Changtian was becoming more and more mysterious. There was no aura on his body, but his footsteps and actions seemed to contain the truth of the great Tao of this world. This was a true reclusive expert. At this moment, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court suddenly felt that the reclusive cultivators he knew before were not worth mentioning in front of Xiao Changtian. After walking for a short distance, Xiao Changtian looked ahead and turned to the clone of the Master of the Divine Court. He slowly said, "Little brother D. Tian, the bookstore is right in front. Let's go over and take a look. D. Tian should be there." "Oh right, there are also 4 servants in your family. They are called Ice Emperor, Demon Emperor, May Emperor, and Sword Emperor." At this moment, Xiao Changtian also introduced to the clone of the Master of the Divine Court. Upon hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the Medicine Sovereign who was standing beside the avatar of the Divine Court Master had a look of joy on his face. He didn't expect that there would be 4 generals by his master's side. In this way, almost half of the Divine Court's team had gathered together. Looks like the revival of the Divine Court is just around the corner. Seeing the joy on the Medicine Sovereign's face, Xiao Changtian also smiled. Looking at the white-haired old man's happy expression, it seemed that he wanted to see his former colleague as soon as possible. Following that, Xiao Changtian and the rest of the people slowly walked to the front of the bookstore. When they arrived in front of the bookstore, the scene inside the bookstore was displayed before their eyes. The bookstore was the same as before. There were still a few young men greeting the customers. The Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor were helping out from the side. As for the May Empress, the Sword Emperor and Di Tian, they were sitting at a table in the bookstore. She was holding a book in her hands and reading it tirelessly. Di Tian and the others were so engrossed in their books that they didn't even notice their arrival. Xiao Changtian also said to the clone of the Master of the Divine Court beside him, Look at your brother. He loves to study. Chapter 445 Chapter 445 Heavenly Gate 1 Chapter 445 Heavenly Gate 1 Tianyuan Continent in front of Xiao Changtian. When the clone of the Master of the Divine Court heard Xiao Changtian's words, he was also very excited. He had finally found the main body that he had been searching for so long. Looking at the book that was being read, the clone of the owner of the Divine Court slowly walked over. At this moment Di Tian, who was reading, also sensed something. He slowly put down the book in his hand, and saw the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court slowly walking towards him. Big brother. The avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court spoke, when he saw Di Tian. When Di Tian heard the words of the clone, he slowly stood up and walked towards the clone. You finally arrived at the final clone. Muttering to himself, Di Tian also saw Xiao Changtian, standing behind the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court. Clasping his fists at Xiao Changtian, Di Tian slowly spoke. Thank you, Senior. Senior brother had helped him find his avatar many times. Di Tian already didn't know how to repay Xiao Changtian. After thinking about it, he only said a word of thanks. However, Di Tian knew that under his leadership, the Divine Court would definitely become a great help to Senior in the future. Although Senior might not look down on their Divine Court. When Xiao Changtian saw Di Tian, he also waved his hands at him. I won't disturb you and your brother. Iran and I will return to the courtyard first. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Changtian led Chu Iran towards his own courtyard. Every time Di Tian and his younger brother met, the time interval between them didn't seem to be very long. But for some reason, in Xiao Changtian's eyes, every time they met, they were all lovey-dovey. They were like a couple who hadn't seen each other for decades. After Xiao Changtian left, Yao Huang looked at the Demon Emperor and the others in the bookstore, his face filled with joy. It had been many years since the 10 great generals had seen so many people together. Then, under the lead of the Ice Emperor, they started to talk at a table. At this moment, the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court was led by Di Tian to the residence of the Emperor Heaven bookstore. Di Tian spent most of his time in the bookstore. Therefore, under Xiao Changtian's arrangement, the bookstore also cleared a room for him. In the room, Di Tian stared at the clone before him, his expression somewhat excited. The clone of the Lord of the Divine Court sensed Di Tian before him. He discovered that as long as he and his main body were together, all of Di Tian's clones would return. The main body slowly reached the peak of its former strength. With this thought in mind, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court said excitedly to the main body. It seems that the reincarnation has been very successful. As long as I fuse with you, you will be considered to have fused perfectly. It's just that I haven't found all the Divine Court tokens yet. At this point, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court sighed and held a fragment in his hand. It was the Divine Court token fragment that he had planned to trade with Yao Yaoling and the others in the Demon Spirit sect. Upon seeing the fragment in the hands of the clone, Di Tian also took out a fragment from his body. The fragment that Di Tian took out was clearly larger than the fragment that the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court took out. As soon as Di Tian took out the fragment, it immediately resonated with the fragment in the hands of the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court. Then the two merged together. After the fusion was completed, the fragment emitted a bright light. The light contained the unique fate and bloodline power of the Lord of the Divine Court. A diamond-shaped token floated in the air. On the token, there were lines of strange runes. The only flaw was that there was a gap in one corner of the token. It's almost there. It's just the last fragment. Di Tian stared at the Divine Court token before him as he slowly spoke. The fragment of the Divine Court token was also the thing he was most concerned about in the bookstore other than reading books. During the time he was in the bookstore, he had also asked the Ice Emperor, Demon Emperor, and the others to go out and search for the Divine Court token fragments when they had time. The avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court nodded when he heard Tion's words. At least from the current situation, the main body's side was still very smooth. At this moment, the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court also stroked his forehead. He slowly spoke to Tion. Master, although everything is going well now, there is still one thing that I need you to do. According to the information I've gathered during this period of time, the former generals of the Divine Court might have had dealings with the heavenly gates after they woke up. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were the remaining 5 of the 10 great generals of the Divine Court. The 5 of them were different from the other generals. In terms of individual strength, they might be at the bottom. However, if these 5 people attacked together, even if Tion was at his peak, he wouldn't have the confidence to defeat them. However, when Tion heard the words of the Avatar, he slowly spoke. Recently, there have been clues about the last Divine Court token fragment. It's in the hands of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Does the legendary gate of heaven really exist? At the mention of the heavenly gates, Tion's tone was somewhat solemn. The heaven gate was in existence that was even older than the Divine Court. When Tion first established the Divine Court, it was still an ordinary power in the divine realm. However, legends about the Heaven's Gate were prevalent in the divine realm. It was said that when the Heaven's Gate existed, it was the only overlord in the divine realm. All races submitted, whether it was the human race, the demon race, or any other race, they all respected the Heaven Gate. If the Heaven's Gate was only an overlord in the divine realm, Tion would not care so much about it. Most importantly, it was rumored that one of the ancestors of the Heavens Gate had a connection with the legendary human realm upon heavens. Therefore, the legend of the heavenly gates had been circulating among the top factions for so many years. When the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court heard Tion's words, his expression turned solemn as he nodded. Moreover, I have a feeling that the appearance of the Heaven Gate this time might be related to our Divine Court. It's even possible that their target is you. When Tion heard the words of the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court, he silently remembered them in his heart. Elysium, huh? They still had designs on their own general. They came with ill intentions. At this moment, the voice of the avatar of the Master of the Divine Court continued to be heard. Master, I feel that when we finish fusing, Elysium and the others will start to make their moves. Yes, I know. Let's merge. Tion's eyes flickered. It was unknown what he was thinking about. At least for now, he wasn't too worried. With a senior around, the gate of heaven was nothing in front of him. After that, in Tion's room, Tion merged with his last strand of Tao. At this moment, outside the bookstore, the Medicine Sovereign and the Ice Sovereign were chatting. Ice Emperor and the others were also in disbelief. Since metal, wood, water, fire, and earth betrayed Master, I'll go and kill them now. When the Demon Sovereign heard the Medicine Sovereign's words, he was also fuming with rage, looking as though he wanted to fight. At this moment, the May Empress said slowly, I'd better wait for Master to finish the fusion. At this time, there can't be any mistakes. The others nodded in agreement. Chapter 446, Chapter 446. Looking for the hot shot of the lower. Chapter 446. Looking for the hot shot of the lower. World and plundering the fate 1. In the divine realm, in a majestic palace. The palace was suspended in mid-air, and the surroundings were covered in a white fog. From below, one could not detect the existence of the palace at all. In front of the palace gate, there were 2 cultivators in golden armor holding halberds. At this moment, an old man with 6 pairs of eyes was sitting on the throne in the palace. The old man was wearing golden armor. He looked down as if everything was under his control. Below the palace, there were 5 figures, each wearing armor of different colors. The eyes of these 5 people were empty, as if they had lost their intelligence. At this moment, the old man sitting on the throne slowly opened his eyes. Metal Emperor, it seems that your master has completed the fusion. As he spoke, the old man smiled as he looked at a man in golden armor, sitting on the first chair. When the Metal Emperor heard the old man's words, he slowly stood up from his seat. Since my lord has completed the fusion, I wonder what instructions the Divine Eye Elder has. The Metal Emperor stood in the center of the hall with his head lowered. He was extremely respectful to the Divine Eye above him. At this moment, the Divine Eye slowly waved its hand to the side. Then, a golden rock flew in from outside with a howl. The golden rock landed on the arm of the Divine Eye. Then, the Divine Eye looked at the Metal Emperor below. Go to the Divine Realm with the Great Pung and spread the news. Let the Divine Realm inform all the lower realms, and bring the people with the most luck to the Drunken Immortal Restaurant to pray. Also, whoever brings the most people to the lower realm, and has the strongest fate, the Heaven's Gate can give them a chance to enter the human realm upon heavens. The Divine Eye's voice slowly sounded in the hall. Then he waved his sleeve at the Golden Emperor. A golden scroll appeared in the hands of the Metal Emperor. The Metal Emperor received the scroll from the Divine Eye and retreated respectfully. Then, the golden rock on top of the Divine Eye's arm followed. Watching the Metal Emperor leave, the Divine Eye revealed an imperceptible smile. Dition, 5 of your 10 great generals are in my hands. Are you coming to the Drunken Immortal Inn or not? The Divine Eye's words carried a hint of playfulness as it waved its hand. A bronze mirror appeared in the hall. In the mirror, everything that the Golden Emperor and the Golden Rock had done in the Divine Realm could be seen at a glance. At this moment, on the various continents of the Divine World, almost all the cultivators had received the Divine Eye's order from the Metal Emperor. For a moment, all the cultivators of the Divine World were extremely shocked. Some of the weaker cultivators were confused when they saw the two sections. On the other hand, some of the old demons in the reclusive world and sects were shocked when they saw the Gate of Heaven. He immediately gave an order to his sect. Pass down my order. From today onwards, all the disciples of our Green Sword sect will head to the lower realm to find the hot shot and bring him to the Drunken Immortal Restaurant. This is a blessing from the heavens. This is an opportunity for our sacred dragon dynasty to dominate the divine realm. An old man sat in the coffin and looked at the scroll in his hand as he spoke in an experienced manner. Ancestor, what's wrong? A middle-aged man in a dragon robe looked at the ancestor, who was about to fall asleep, and asked in confusion. Pass on my order. The entire clan will go to the lower realm to search for people with luck. Remember to be fast. Yes, the middle-aged man immediately responded when he saw the old ancestor's agitated expression. Ancestor, I'll do it immediately. The old ancestor had already left the matters of the Holy Dragon Empire alone for countless years. Something big must have happened to give such an order today. At the same time, such things happened frequently in the other top empires and sects of the divine world. This old fellow was so convinced of this matter. Other than the heavenly gates, there was also the person who issued the edict. It was recorded in their ancestral books. He was one of the 10 great generals of the divine court, the Metal Emperor. Originally, they were all guessing the reason for the disappearance of the divine court. Now it seemed that everything had been solved. The divine court must have ascended to the legendary heavens beyond. No wonder he couldn't find any information about the divine court for hundreds of years. Previously, there were rumors about the reincarnation of the Lord of the divine court. Now it seemed that it was all nonsense. All of this was captured by the divine eye in the palace. Looking at the appearance of the cultivators of the divine world, the corners of the divine eye's mouth curled into a smile. The fate of the myriad worlds and the balance of the myriad worlds are ultimately still controlled by our heavenly gates. For the past few centuries, why was it that the god monarch realm was at the peak and could not touch the immortal realm? Why was it that the ancient emperors of the lower realms were at the peak, unable to reach the level of gods? They were all closely related to the luck of the various worlds. The luck of the various worlds was extremely mysterious, and most of it was on the hot shots. For hundreds of years, the Heaven's Gate had been constantly plundering the luck of the hot shots. It caused the people of the lower realms, and the ordinary world, to be unable to advance any further after reaching the God Emperor realm, or the ancient Emperor realm. This was also the reason why the Divine Eye had asked the Metal Emperor to issue the decree. If the people of the divine world brought the hot shots of the lower realm over, the luck of the lower realm would naturally be in the hands of the Divine Eye. As for the luck of the divine realm, it naturally belonged to Tion. Seeing that the plan was going smoothly, the Divine Eye sat back down in his seat. Then, he disappeared from the hall along with his seat. Farewell, Divine Eye Elder. As soon as the Divine Eye disappeared, the people in the hall said respectfully to the people above, Tianyuan Continent Great Sun Sect. As the other lower worlds received the notice from the divine realm, the Tianyuan Continent naturally received the notice as well. At this moment, in the Great Sun Divine Hall, the Great Sun Immortal was sitting at the top of the hall. He held a red invitation card in his hand. On it was the imprint of the Li Fire Sect. The Li Fire Sect was a powerful sect in the divine realm. It's said that the Li Fire Sect's ancestors' cultivation has already reached the God Monarch realm. He is also a powerful expert in the divine realm. What do you think of this matter? The Great Sun Immortal sat above the hall and said slowly to the people below. Most of the people seated below were the sect leaders of first-rank sects on the Tianyuan continent. Ever since the last time he let Taoist Big Sun become the alliance leader of the Cultivator Alliance. If there was anything, everyone would be the first to discuss it with the Great Sun Immortal. I saw that it also said that if their talent is good, they are willing to accept the hot shots into the Li Fire Sect. This is a good thing for the Tianyuan continent. When a first-rank sect leader saw the invitation, his voice revealed a hint of anticipation. If his disciple could be valued by the divine world, he might also have the opportunity to ascend in the future. At this moment, the sect master of the Imperial Beast sect shook his head. I think this matter is a little strange. Senior said that there will be no free lunch in the sky. I think it's better to ask for Senior's opinion. As soon as he finished speaking, the other cultivators in the hall nodded. They came here to hear Xiao Changtian's opinion. Taoist Great Sun saw everyone's reaction and nodded. Chapter 447. Chapter 447. The Master is bringing you to become his. Chapter 447. The Master is bringing you to become his. Master 1. Tianyuan Continent, Dayang Town. In Xiao Changtian's courtyard, Xiao Changtian was lying on a rocking chair. Xiao Changtian was in a good mood ever since he found the heaven-suppressing spoon. The preparations for the supreme kick were almost complete. The dam mission issued by the system was finally about to be completed. At this moment, Yi Fan's voice slowly entered Xiao Changtian's ears. Master, the Great Sun Immortal is here. Xiao Changtian also sat up from his rocking chair when he heard the name of the Great Sun Immortal. It had been a long time since he had seen the Great Sun Immortal. As he was thinking about this, Xiao Changtian saw Taoist Big Sun slowly walking towards him. Seeing the Great Sun Immortal, Xiao Changtian said to him slowly, Good morning, Taoist Big Sunday. What's the matter? The Great Sun Immortal smiled when he saw Xiao Changtian. Senior sure knows how to joke. It was already evening. How could it be early? However, Senior naturally said so. Perhaps there was a deeper meaning behind it. Then, the Great Sun Immortal came to Xiao Changtian's side with a red invitation in his hand. After handing it to Xiao Changtian, the Great Sun Immortal said to him slowly, Senior, what do you think? Xiao Changtian saw the red invitation handed over by the Great Sun Immortal and opened it. It was written that the Li Fire sect wanted to invite the hot shots to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Moreover, if he went, he would have good talent, and could even take the hot shots as his disciples. Xiao Changtian looked at the red invitation card and said slowly to the Great Sun Immortal, Perfected Great Sun, how strong is the Li Fire sect? The Great Sun Immortal also knew that Xiao Changtian would not take this kind of sect to heart. Therefore he explained, It's said that their ancestors' strength has already reached the level of a god. Monarch. Divine Lord? Never heard of it. Xiao Changtian only remembered that he had heard of god kings and god emperors. They were all top cultivators. He had no idea what the strength of a divine lord was. However, to be able to hear it from the mouth of the great Sun Immortal, the great Sun Immortal was so powerful. This divine lord must be an impressive cultivator. With this thought in mind, Xiao Changtian said to the great Sun Immortal slowly, "Perfected great Sun, how is this divine lord compared to you?" When the great Sun Immortal heard Xiao Changtian's words, he answered truthfully, "I'm not as good as him. He did not even have the qualifications to enter the divine realm now. How could he be mentioned in the same breath as a divine lord?" After hearing the words of the great Sun True Man, Xiao Changtian also closed the red invitation card in his hand. This immortal Daong was really good to him. He must have discovered his disciple's talent and understood his own difficulties. Back then, in order to complete the system's mission, he had no choice but to take the hot shot as his disciple. However, he was just an ordinary mortal. He could not teach his disciple anything at all. Being under him would also hinder his disciple's talent. This Taoist master De Yang must have seen through his distress, which was why he got him such an invitation. It was clearly written on it that as long as one's talent was good, they could accept their disciples as their disciples. This divine lord's strength was also very impressive. He had found a good home for his disciple. It could also be considered as fulfilling one of his wishes. Thinking so, Xiao Changtian slowly said, "Perfected great Sun, I'll go to the Li Fire sect." When the great Sun Immortal heard Xiao Changtian's words, he was also stunned. He had thought that Xiao Changtian would ignore the invitation from a small sect after hearing about the Divine Lord. After all, they had even killed a few God Emperor realm experts. He didn't expect Xiao Changtian to say that he wanted to go personally. It seemed that the reason why Senior was a senior and why Senior's strength was so profound. He must have seen something from the invitation. That was why he had to personally investigate. His cultivation realm was still worlds apart from Senior's. After hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the great Sun Immortal said to Xiao Changtian slowly, "Then I'll leave the Li Fire sect to Senior." Then, the great Sun Immortal also wanted to leave Xiao Changtian's courtyard. He came here this time mainly to seek Xiao Changtian's opinion. Since Xiao Changtian said that he would take care of it himself, he naturally had nothing to do with it. With the Senior taking action, was there anything that couldn't be resolved? Moreover, it had been a long time since he had come to the courtyard. The aura of the divine beast in the courtyard also made the great Sun Immortal a little frightened. It seemed that he would have to cultivate more after returning. After Xiao Changtian sent the great Sun Immortal away, he slowly walked into the courtyard. He said slowly to Mu Jiahuang, "Jiao ask Futian to come and find me." He remembered that when the system raided Futian, he was a hot shot. This time he had brought Futian along. He had to let him perform well in front of the Li Fire sect. He would strive to enter the Li Fire sect, and not be like him, waiting for death here. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Mu Jiahuang nodded slowly. Then he walked out of the courtyard. Futian was the only one among Xiao Changtian's disciples who could not fly, so it was easy for Mu Jiahuang to find him. Usually, it could be found in Daong town. At this time, Xiao Changtian also came to the backyard and began to prepare. After all, he was going to meet a cultivation sect, so he had to make some preparations. Otherwise, it would not be good if others looked down on him. After 2 lives, Xiao Changtian knew the importance of a first impression. While Xiao Changtian was preparing in the backyard, Futian was also led by Zimu Jiahuang to the backyard. Coming to the backyard, Futian saw the sword in Xiao Changtian's hand and said to him slowly, "Master, what is this?" The long sword in his master's hand was obviously a top-notch immortal artifact. If it was used by mortals, it would probably be able to kill a godly emperor. Xiao Changtian looked at Futian and said slowly, "Futian, you're here. Go and prepare. Master will take you to the Li Fire sect." While speaking, Xiao Changtian also placed his sword into the bamboo basket. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Futian also looked at the bamboo basket beside Xiao Changtian. There were all kinds of weapons inside. All of them emitted a heart-piercing aura. They were all top-notch immortal artifacts. What kind of sect was this Li Fire sect to actually make their master make so many preparations? Could it be an enemy of his master's? His master was going to fight on his own. At the thought of this, Fu Tian felt a burst of joy in his heart. It had been a while since he had fought, and his heart was already itching. Master, don't worry. I'll go and prepare now. I'll definitely beat the Li Fire sect until they submit. Xiao Changtian was stunned when he heard Fu Tian. He could just beat the other party into submission and say it in front of him. If he said that in front of the Li Fire sect, he would probably be chased out. He had to teach Fu Tian's temperament well. Fu Tian, you can say whatever you want. Master is taking you to be his disciple, but don't do anything stupid when the time comes. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.